Look at this beautiful production. Holy cow. But where it's finally here, the whole year has led up to this, and it is an honor. Hey, I'm Modest Tomato. I'm here with TGK, and we are here to present the start of the TETR World Championship. How are you feeling?
I'm pretty fancy about it. I've been waiting like all month for this kind of thing. 2023 has passed along, and we've seen some amazing players, especially during the season. Especially with the majors that's been around, WPL showing some very underrated players coming into the spotlight. And considering that we've made it to the big leagues, to the big points, I feel pretty confident about this bracket so far, especially in Group E, hosted by Puzzle Kingdom. Edge, of course, hosting absolutely amazing host, and of course, we are going to see some pretty interesting matchups by all sorts of players. We have Dormy, we have Agar, we have OSW, we have AdriPro. We have all of these players that I am so excited to see in TWC 2023. And considering this is Group E, I'm expecting a lot of amazing plays and a lot of confidence on the line, if I do say so myself, Modest.
Yeah, honestly, with this World Championship, I feel like the skill level has gotten ridiculously high compared to years past. I remember when, you could be top 100 on this site with, 80 APM, and now here we are, you got your top 1,000, you can't even make that. So, everybody has really upped their game. So many names in this group I recognize as, we were competitive, 2 or 3 years ago, and now they've just kept improving. And I'm just so excited to see where time has taken everyone.
And of course, the legacy of a lot of these players just putting the torch onto other newcomers like Westall, OSW, and a lot of these players, especially in the current diamond age of TETR, I can definitely see some very strong competition, especially with what we got. And considering that this group has some pretty stacked newcomers and old veterans, I can definitely see a pretty good outcome in this kind of bracket.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, TETR is a pretty darn inconsistent game, and with everyone getting better and better, it feels like anyone could really win. There's so many talented players out there, so. But I mean, we're here still on the first leg of the journey, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This ain't grand finals, all right? We're starting off in Group E, which is here, there's this cool little handy-dandy sheet that came with that. So let me pull that up real quick. But
do show.
Let me.
I can definitely see where this bracket's gonna go, because I definitely see one close match and some that could be tough for others, but they can still manage to make it pretty strong against these certain matchups. But if production can, I can definitely see where the bracket is gonna go, especially if there's one available, and if not,
yeah, we got it. No stress. And either way, we can talk about all the players. Should we start from the bottom?
Let me see that bracket.
I'll start from the bottom then, or at least bottom in TWC points, I guess, in this case. Oh no, never mind. We have this beautiful bracket right here that will just give us everything. So we got OSW versus Hugh. I hope that's how you pronounce it.
Yep.
TETR's staying true to its roots with everyone having awful, unpronounceable names and probably 15 alts. But that's just how it is.
Whatever happened to the 98 Hughes?
Yeah, that's one I'm excited for. Jin and Berlatas is that's money right there. Those are competitors that I played with 3 years ago, and can't wait to see how much better they've gotten. Now we've got AdriPro versus QB, which I've heard AdriPro one of the strongest up-and-comers in the scene, so I can't wait to see what that looks like. And Dorami Agar, which is the fact that this is round one in a 64-person bracket is already ridiculous. So, if the best of the best are here and ready to play, and we're here for it.
I could definitely see a lot of these matchups being pretty close. Jin Brelata's, that's a very strong matchup according to the seeding. But Dormy and Agar, it's honestly really nice to see players like her just compete in this kind of scene, especially to this day. So, of course, seeing her play up to this moment can be pretty strong depending on how far she can go. OSW and Hugh, of course, OSW being the youngest player standing in the TWC at age 14, and now he's got to compete against the best of the best to see who gets to become the TETR World Champion.
Yeah, so much talent. We're just gonna have to see where this bracket takes us at the end of the day. I'm pretty excited.
And, of course, Adri and QB. I could definitely see Adri also being pretty strong against other bracket lords, especially. Because of Dormy, if Dormy ever does extend into winter semis along with Adri, I could definitely see some pretty consistent performances from both players. But not just from people that advance, but everyone, really. Like, this is a pretty stacked bracket.
I know. It's crazy to think that this is just a pools. Like, I remember looking at the Square 1 bracket, 32 incredible players, right, earlier this year, and thinking there are pretty big skill gaps here, right? Everyone obviously incredibly talented, but really big skill gaps in a way. And now I look at this bracket, and I mean, skill gaps are there, sure, right? But it feels like there are at least 4 or 5 players that could almost win this thing potentially. Like, it's a stacked group, it's a stacked tournament. This is just what you get here, and I'm really excited to get into it.
Indeed. And of course, we are gonna get started with our first match once and for all in TWC 2023, which is going to be Agar versus Dormy. Man, oh man.
So money. This is such a great start to a tournament. Like, Dormy is just this relenting force, right? Like, so incredibly, like, consistent, efficient. Dormy's got it all. Been around for, like, I don't know. I met Dormy in 2019. That's crazy. And then Agar, the slow and strong legend, the hulking giant. So, really everything to play for here.
I could definitely see Agar looking for a lot of counterplay against someone like Dormy, who is looking to adapt to a lot of play styles and just looking to counter them as best as they could. And, of course, with Agar being slower, it's going to be a bit hard for them, but I can definitely see them trying to put up a good fight. But we are going to get to our warm-up. Ah, my god.
Yeah.
Sorry, that wasn't the Discord stream, but there we go. We're going to get started. Agar! Kicking it off with some simple clean stacking. Dormy with the 14 spike afterwards. This is already looking pretty decent in the beginning, but Dormy looking pretty high. How do you think of this, Modest Tomato?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, you got to remember, this is still the warm-up, so yeah. Nothing's really ever decided. But either way, both of them looking pretty clean. Speed's pretty equal, APM pretty equal, but they're going to be taking it easier. It's, there's nothing at stake yet. So
Dormy with the 22 spike to end the warm-up.
That was money.
Oh, and by the way, to those who are wondering, yes, this is in fact unique graphics specifically made for the TWC. Shoutouts to OSK for making these graphics happen at all. Like, these are absolutely beautiful. Sorry to deter the match, but yeah.
No, I mean, the production value is definitely worth talking about, because every year, like every tournament, the production value just goes up and up and up. Like, we used to just stream the raw game feed of J-Stress 4 years ago, which is like, well, that is not the prettiest thing. And now you got this beautiful background, incredible UI, like, it's so incredible. And, we've got everything to play for, This is how it should be.
Yep, and of course we are gonna get into our first match of the Group E bracket of tonight: Agar versus Dormy. Oh,
yeah,
this is gonna be very fun.
It's time to get on, baby. All right, I see PC from Agar. We got triple double from Dormy right into that clean garbage. You love the downstack into the clean garbage of a PC early on, and. But it's still the opener. We're still big chilling over here, and Agar just kind of making moves, staying low. Dormy a little cheesed, but no problems yet. Both playing like I don't want to say scared, but conservatively for sure.
Oh, very good floating T-spin by Dormy, and setting up that STMB cave afterwards with the 16 spike. That's some pretty solid, clean sent to Agar, but Agar sends it all the way back, but definitely looks like Dormy is trying to greed for some more, but has to break the back-to-back.
Agar is like the Dormy special. It's crazy. Dormy will always come up with such creative ideas. That's what you get from being a Puyo Puyo Tetris player, and Dormy able to clean that up. Agar not able to handle the pressure. And that's a big first round you want to take, you know? This is how you want to start your World Championship season.
And of course, Dormy with the DT and Agar with the MKO as their respective openers. Of course, Dormy being well versed in their own setups, and Dormy is playing pretty fast to their liking. Agar looking pretty much in trouble by the looks of it.
It's okay, while Dormy garbage be clean. Oh. Okay, now it gets awkward. Yeah.
Yeah. Dormy is able to take care of Agar's defensive game and being able to put in a lot of pressure, trying to overwhelm Agar's defense.
One downside of having like the speed disadvantage is that sure, like having a smart down stack will get you pretty far, but sometimes you just need to mash down pieces and get your eye. Oh my god, that is ridiculous from Dormy. I cannot believe that spike.
That was utterly brutal by Dormy, taking that 3-point lead into this first to 11 bracket. And this applies to all matches, by the way. This ain't no top 8 bracket. No, we are just getting started. And Dormy, very clever DPC setup, chooses not to go for it, while Agar has all this ammunition to work with.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to not see Dormy commit to something there. Like, Agar was in a bit of trouble, a little bit of pressure could have made the difference, but Dormy well on out of there. Agar with a little bit of like awkward garbage. Okay, reaches it.
Yeah,
it's enough. That's a misdrop as heck, and Agar on the board.
Not enough to fix it, unfortunately, from Dormy, as Agar denies that sweep and just takes a single point. And we have Stixman in the TWC.
I mean, this is where it belongs, you know? This is like a metaphor for where the game has gone in the last few years. Oh, look at that spike from Agar, though.
Oh my god.
Okay, Dormy's still in there, though. It is not decided yet. Reached the well, so both players back in a pretty neutral state here.
Agar looking to fix that bit of height difference, but chooses not to go for it in favor of some skimming. Dormy has a pretty good setup there. Could be able to continue that back-to-back, but does break it. Definitely looks like they have a lot of clean to work with, especially with what Agar sent. And Agar is being completely sent to the top, but Agar is just recovering just okay.
Oh my
maybe
gosh.
not.
There's so much that goes into that from Dormy. First, the perfect accepting and canceling of garbage. When all the cheese was being sent in that kind of neutral position, Dormy perfectly making sure to cancel just enough to not have a messy board. And then when the time came, gave him the hands. And whew, it's tough for Agar here, but
that's something you don't want if you're Agar, and Dormy is still taking that to consideration. Of course, Agar starting out with the PC MKO. Dormy making pretty good use of that DT and has some pretty solid mid game to kill Agar later on. Looking pretty strong at the start.
I think Dormy's playstyle works so well here too, because you have that little bit of speed edge as well, and Dormy is like the greed champion, you know, we'll go for the craziest setups, and when you have that little bit of extra leeway from the speed, that can be
like
the difference.
Right there!
I know, that is a crazy spike, and somehow both players still alive. And Dormy looking to be the one on the ropes here, actually, with, awkward misdrop, and Agar once again on the board, but is it consistent enough, you know? Like, sure, you have your wins, but can you win a series like this?
That's the good question to think about, especially if you're Dormy, and Agar's really trying to utilize those said mistakes into their own hands. Oh my god,
look at this garbage! It's so perfect! It's so perfectly executed from Dormy. What a beautiful round, and
of course, Agar showing their respect to Dormy with the nice. That was some beautiful series of events by Dormy, and another one involving with this DT. Oh my god.
This is just, it feels like another day in the Dormy office right now with just, but I love this DT.
But the
going for a little
DT.
bit of something spicy, but can't get the eyepiece in time, has to waste both. Okay, down stock was a little awkward, but it works out. Back at the bottom of the board, no danger. Was Dormy fishing for PC there? Come on, you got to be better than that at this level, you silly goose.
Absolutely. Agar looking pretty safe at the moment. Dormy is looking to set up just quite about anything. You don't know what they're going to cook up in the bag.
Yeah,
but
very, very down-stacky game. It's no huge overcommitments, which is like, you know, you're feeling each other out. You don't want to make an overcommitment on either side right now.
Oh, very good 14 spike by Agar. Looking to open up that garbage well just to send it all the way back to Dormy, but Dormy is going to send it all the way back with that 20 spike, but Agar eats it up.
Yeah, but Agar, like, this little bit of cheese, that can be the difference. Luckily, in this case, for Agar, like, Dormy doesn't have much to be set up, but that misdrop is not going to help things. And that stack already wasn't looking clean. This is looking like curtains here for Agar, and a 7-2 lead. Yeah, not even the greatest down stack could get you out of that one.
Agar looking pretty frantic,
you know, those few lines of cheese, you know? I mean, of course, the misdrop played a big role, but those few lines of cheese, just, you know, Dormy had nothing ready, and, you know, that's like you have to get down through those, and if you don't, it's so lethal, and that's exactly why.
Oh, very good C-spin find!
Oh my
god, very good C-spin find by Dormy being able to secure
that's ridiculous.
The 10th round of the set. Oh my goodness.
Dormy's timing is also just so ridiculous. Like, I think in any other position, Agar could have survived that spike. And Dormy...
Is that Hachi? Oh my goodness.
We love a little bit of Hachi. We love a little bit of Hachi. It has been too long since the glorious days of the Hachi spin. Look at that cheese on Agar's board, though. Like Dormy's eating purely clean here. So unless Agar can get a KO, like, this is a rough situation because Dormy's just going to downstack this. And what do you even do? Okay, Dormy not using the well as early as I thought they would, but either way, it's still difficult. And look at this greed from Dormy. Like, sometimes you just gotta send in those situations and you win, but Agar kind of out of it now? It's still not pretty, and there's cheese to be had everywhere.
Oh my god. Agar was trying to look for that T-spin earlier. Agar looking, just having to force to make all these kind of decisions while Dormy is just trying to send as much as they could. I mean, and that double quad is some pretty decent damage to send to Agar. It's just so much pressure, and Agar couldn't get the T-spin, unfortunately.
There's a little bit of an overstack, right? Like, you're finally back out of this awful situation you were in. Like, you were defending for a whole minute. You want to use this time to get aggressive, but Dormy, you know, you've got to be ready for any kind of attack that Dormy can bring, being, well, Dormy. And so that could be literally any explosion at any moment. So it's an incredibly difficult matchup. I think the speed difference also makes a really big impact on this matchup specifically. And like, there's so much cheese on both sides. Let's see how they downstack this. This is like a really big, true test of downstack, but they're both pretty much through it. Yeah, and this is pretty good position for both.
And Dormy looking to get down just as faster as Agar could, but Dormy with the greed, this is
bro,
insane.
You gotta chill out, homie. It's too much. Surely, yeah, okay.
Dormy, that T-spin doesn't send anything, you silly goose.
Dormy loves getting a little spicy with it, and I mean, like, with Roots being in like a lot of slower games, I feel like a lot of times that playstyle doesn't fully wear off, where it's like, sometimes you do get a little too greedy, you know? And this is definitely something that, like, is true for tons of different players. But, you know, Agar, once again on the board, and might even take another here, but Dormy's stack, pretty pristine. It's going to be difficult to make something out of this.
Oh, very good parapet continuation by Dormy, but doesn't in fact get the quad afterwards. I think that might be a consequence, as Agar just tops him out completely.
Yeah, it's crazy because, you know, Dormy is putting on all this crazy pressure, but, you know, like, that now the little bit of greed, like, Agar's finding the holes in the game plan, you know, like, this is when I can strike, and, I mean, it's been paying off well, but let's not forget the scoreline. It's gonna be a difficult comeback for sure, so, you know, we'll just have to see if you can pull it together, or, you know, be out.
God, Agar is just fumbling so much, just so indecisive about where to put it and how to get down, as Dormy, currently at match point, could take this set if possible. Of course, going with that MS2 that he's so most known for, and I think that might secure the set, unless Agar sends it all the way back down.
That's
Dormy.
so beautiful.
Oh my God, Dormy just sending so much clean to Agar. Agar is still fighting for their life underneath all of this cheese. And Dormy is not done sending because look at that SCMB cave. That's so much damage for Dormy.
This is just, you know, like Dormy will turn the tides of a match on you in a heartbeat. And that's exactly how it happens. It's quick, it's nimble, and you don't see it coming, and it catches people off guard. But that all clear caught me off guard because, whew, that was clean. And yet, we're still in a different situation. This power stack could be really dangerous.
Oh no, Agar!
Yeah.
The misspin!
That's a
costing him
tough
the
way to
set.
go.
Oh dear, Agar. Unfortunately, making one subtle mistake to end it all, but that was a pretty good fight by Agar, but Dormy does take the first set of Group E.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a lot worse ways to start than that for Dormy, but you know, that is our first match out of the way of the TETR World Championship. And I mean, Dormy gonna move on, fighting most likely Adri Pro if the seeding comes true, but you know, we've got a fair bit of time. Also, big props to the scheduling team putting the two Europeans against each other first. This is stuff. Tournament organizing 101.
Yep.
You know, expected success here from Puzzle Kingdom.
Of course, the representation. Gotta keep it diverse, you know. I mean, we also have Hugh versus OSW, but OSW is more, you know, USA focus. And judging by the group, it definitely looks like OSW taking it over Hugh in a complete sweep, which was pretty surprising to see. But of course, we are going to move on to our next streamed match, I think, which will be Jin versus Brelatus if we can show it.
That's a great one. I'm so excited for this. Like, these are two players that, like, I watched their rises to prominence. I've played these players, like, they mean a lot to me, and so it's, you know, I'm so excited to get to cast this. And, you know, they're also equally matched, so it's a win-win-win.
Yep, and of course, I've definitely seen Brelatus play before as the #1 Colombian player, and I remember casting a tournament where there was a lot of Colombian representation, so definitely, of course, getting to that diversity sake of it all, Brelatus being a fairly strong player, but of course, it definitely seems like we might get to analysis based on the match that we've casted.
Let's go. I love me some stats. I love me the numbers.
Alright, so how are we thinking? How are we thinking of going with this? If we get any.
With the analysis?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the biggest factor was just Dormy, like, having that bit of leeway from the speed advantage and, like, converting it to big advantages with, like, just the efficient play and the, like, ability to be explosive, right? And then it also felt that, like, the win condition for Agar wasn't super consistent a lot of the time.
Give me a sec.
But here, let's get Ben on the mic. Let's have a real breakdown.
Yo, analysis jump scare? Hello.
Yo, beautiful.
Hello everyone on stream. I'm Ben. I talk about replays. I am the analyst guy. So
the nerd glasses, you're rocking the fit.
I like how you guys talked about the European time zone because it's 1 a.m. for Dormy.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you sign up for when you play an American, like, organized tournament. Dormy very used to it for sure.
I hope he's used to it. He has to be, and he's been playing pretty well, especially this set. Another fun fact: Agar has the record for the longest TETR sprint. It's nearly 3 hours.
Oh,
I don't know how you can have the patience for that, but it kind of shows.
I think I know that record at some point. It might have been a while.
Because of that, Agar is just one of the slowest X ranks in general without that patience. And it would have been difficult for Agar to win that set against Dormy, honestly. Dormy is just significantly higher ranked. And the numbers are bigger, I must say.
Yeah, it's really hard to contest that if you're someone like Agar who prefers to play with a lot of patience, and especially with going with something like that, you tend to attract people like Dormy who is able to capitalize that kind of playstyle and just take those sets for granted.
I like seeing Agar go for the aggressive playstyle though. I had to face it a while ago, and Agar has been practicing it. It's getting a lot better. Like before that, he used to just be the plunk guy, and then you just plunk slower and he can't kill you. But now you better watch out, because you saw that 3 PPS burst that he kept going. But it's like, he is scary now. He will kill you. You can't just stall with this guy anymore.
Yeah.
Dormy does have the speed to survive it though, and Dormy also has the massive sturdy spikes I think we saw to just knock out Agar in one single go. And like, honestly, for Agar, how do you win when you're always down stacking?
It's so tough. You need to get like it's that awful win condition of I need to pray for a crazy combo or multiplier, and I mean sure that can work sometimes. It's all about like turning it into a consistent enough win condition, and it didn't really feel like that was there in this match.
With an opponent like Dormy, who can be inconsistent, but at this level, Dormy just recovers very quickly, so even if top players can take advantage of the inconsistency, it's still very difficult. Dormy's a very strong player. Even though Agar won from some of Dormy's fancier setup attempts, you saw some of those. Like,
Yeah, Dormy's
the
so
Rose
silly,
30
dude.
C spins sometimes or something.
He's so silly.
And the plenty of STMVs. It's like absolutely nutty when you see it.
Oh, he was having fun, and that was good stuff.
Yeah.
And that's how the guard took a few rounds. A little too fancy, but it was fun. We love to see it from Dormy. Look at that 30 spike, holy moly.
Yeah, that is some absolutely gnarly plays.
Props
Dormy
to
was
Dormy
born
for
a
that
showman,
stuff.
and it shows.
Absolutely fascinated by this match, especially from both players. Agar, of course, not being swept is a pretty good thing to consider, especially if you're against someone that's remotely stronger than you can ever think of, unless you have the confidence. But oh my god,
C-spin, C-spin.
setup.
Let's go! 27!
That setup was absolutely bonkers. Like, the moment I saw it, I was like, holy moly, you did not just do that at TWC.
Bro just has infinite confidence and he ran away with it. I think the takeaway is that while Dormy can win or lose anything, that's not DPC by the way, Dormy.
Yeah, you were like one bag away.
Dormy can win or lose any match, but this one, oh, he deserved this one. Good stuff,
Yeah.
well played.
Yeah.
That
Moving on to
T-spin
the next
0 was
match after
unfortunate.
this, though. Look at that from Dormy. That's what I'm talking about. That's a bit too fancy. Oh,
Yeah,
it's a
Dormy
misdrop.
definitely like went pretty overkill. It's, you know, you gotta get a little silly with it. I mean, especially when you're so confident, right? You might as well, but
Yeah.
you know, didn't cost him here, but you never know.
You sure about that?
Can't get too cocky.
He dies.
You
A little too fancy, a little too fancy.
You just may never know what's gonna happen. He might cook up a pot and then all of a sudden just flub it up at the end. But even with that one misdrop, Dormy could still take plenty of rounds, especially depending on the situation. But that mid-game PC by Agar, though, oh.
I know. I was so surprised when that happened. I was watching Dormy make some crazy build, and all of a sudden, bam, all clear. It's like, wow.
But that
Did not see that
misspin,
one.
though. Yeah, that misspin was very, very unfortunate by Agar.
It's a tragic way to end the set, but you know, Dormy will move on to fight Adri Pro, and next up, I think we've got Jin and Brilados, which is this is a fun one.
A very close matchup indeed. Now, here's my question, Modest. How do you view these players?
How do I view these players?
Because
So tough.
we have North versus South America here, or actually, is Colombia in Europe or South America?
South
correct-
America. You know,
Okay.
NA geography, all good.
But yeah, the battle of North and South America, Jin versus Briladas. Oh boy.
I remember watching Brilados play Underdogs Cup like 2 or 3, some really early one, and then just shot up in talent, really started grinding the game and improving. And, you know, by the time, like even at the end of me still talking over Underdogs Cup, Brilados was already better than me. So that's how fast it could go. And Jin, I remember being like a very PC talented player, but that was very long ago, and I would not be surprised if that playstyle has changed a lot. You never know what the years do to people, so I'm just super excited to see how both these players have evolved, and it's bound to be a good one.
Absolutely. And and of course, like we've mentioned before at the start of the stream, especially with the Diamond Age of TETR, where we have all these newcomers just doing things that have never been done before in game. I am so thankful to see players like Berlados being able to take that set amount of improvement and just getting up almost up to that top 100 spot, especially for a super major like this. And Jin is pretty interesting. I have never commentated a Jin game before.
Jin's been around for a long time. Also, can I ask, by the way, who came up with the term Diamond Age? I feel like that's always like a scary one. You know, you can call it a Golden or a Platinum Age, but like, there's not much above Diamond, so you got to be real sure to call it Diamond. But you know, I like it. I like the confidence.
It's a new wave of faster, more consistent players that are really able to optimize the game to the best they can, and also just making so much stuff to help said players improve outside of Tetrio, which is absolutely generous knowing the community and what they've done a lot over the past year or so, and especially during 2023, where we have all of these minor major tournaments and we have all of these showcases, all of these upsets. Like, I've seen OSW in promo at WPL 2023. It was insane. It was insane. Of course, taking huge wins against other veteran players who weren't expecting players like this, but either way, when seeing these kinds of playstyles, I am so happy to see these happen.
So exciting. And I think with that being said, I think we've got a warm-up to get into. So, you know, slowly but surely, we've got, you know, look at that profile picture. I love that.
What kind of creature is that? It looks like a sea dragon.
Yeah, I like it, you know?
And of course, Jin keeping it simple. He's just going,
You know, Jin is like a mobile sprint grinder.
Really?
Isn't that crazy? Sub 20 on mobile in world record.
Mobile?
You know,
dang.
Kind of crazy to be the best, you know? It's kind of crazy. But, yeah, also, you know, I'm checking my notes here, and apparently this is actually EU versus NA because Brilatas is in France for uni. So, you know what?
Ooh.
Colombia's in France today. Maybe I'm the NA geography haver.
Chez la vie! Chez la vie!
Oui, oui, oui.
Oui, oui, oui.
Well,
Well, if we don't offend someone, oh goodness. But anyways.
Okay, Dormy's here. He'll let us know, you know, we crossed the line.
But either way, it definitely looks like Jin and Brilatas might get started with their warm-up if they so comply to, and it definitely looks like they do. And seeing this matchup chart, I can see Brilatas playing a lot more on the passive side, while Jin very APP focused. I'm surprised to see.
Like I said, like I don't know if this is still true of Jin's gameplay, but we played like a few years ago. It was like a lot of perfect clears, a ton of efficiency, and like if there was a weakness, it was the down stack. So maybe if Brilatas can outlive Jin, there's a chance, but you know.
I mean, it is your world record mobile Tetris holder right here, so of course you gotta see that efficiency somehow. And we are gonna progress with this warm up. Jin making those misdrops all of a sudden, and Brilatas is able to take care of that instantly. But Jin is trying his best to fix all these misdrops.
This is so gross. Like this is how you know this is where you say, "Thank God I played a warm up, baby." That is not how you want to start your tournament run. But you know, hopefully they're both sufficiently warmed up after those 15 seconds. And
yeah. And it definitely looks like Jin trying to get used to the bit of speed and efficiency that they so want, and definitely seems like they kind of got used to it. Brilatas, of course, doing Brilatas things, being able to send so much when they so see it. But we are going to progress into Jin versus Brilatas, North versus South America. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, one thing I'm really excited to see is Jin is like an incredible cheese player as well. Jin's kind of just got it all, you know. Like if you've got all your accolades in one place, this is the person to look at. Like top 20, I think every single player mode at some point, or like leaderboard in Jastrus and Tetrio. But, you know, if that fast down stack can't convert into versus, then, I mean, Brulatas winning the warm-up, winning the first game quickly. Jin's got to pull it together real quick.
And of course, Jin having to rely on that SDPC spin, of course, the main specialty of the current Tetrio meta, especially with the amount of damage that sends, and it really shows, because Brulatas is completely full of clean.
Yeah, but Jin, right? Like, a couple awkward misdrops, right? Like, this isn't how you want to start off your season, and... I mean, I guess, okay, you know what, I ate my words. That was a great send back, but you know you gotta capitalize, otherwise Brulatas can get out, and get out Brulatas will. And yeah, Jin again, like a bit of a messy stack, right? Like, I kind of expected a lot cleaner here, but you know, it could just be jitters. It is kind of the biggest tournament of the year, at least, potentially of all time. You never know. So it's definitely not an easy one to start off.
Oh my
Jin
god,
will
Brulatas
probably capitalize here. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
just barely. Brulatas had the fix, especially with that Elmas drop. Just something you don't want, especially if you want a quad. And Brulatas
got the eyepiece over, but yeah, it was just
but it was far
too late. Yeah.
And Jin with the SDPC misdrop, that's also an opening that you don't want to misdrop, especially for Jin.
You say that, but Brulatas has so much cheese on the field too. It still hasn't downstacked at all. And I mean, Jin didn't necessarily capitalize, but I think if anything, it kind of worked out in Jin's favor. Possible also that they looked at each other's boards. Jin sees Brulatas taking a T-spin single, but yeah, you know, it does work out, and Jin, 2 in a row now, finally potentially finding a groove. We'll have to see what this round holds.
I mean, when you said about the SDPC misdrop, I mean, better cheese than clean, am I right?
In that case, yeah, right? Like, if Brulatas has taken the T-spin single, that's the indication of, you know, I'm waiting for you to do something for me. And then, you know, if you send them all cheese, it's like, damn, maybe I should have done that.
And look at the speed that Jin is going.
That's the clean play that I remember from Jin. That's just so clean, so efficient. That's perfect. That's exactly how you deal with a player like Brulatas. If you can overwhelm with pressure, that's how you win a set like this. And that's, I mean, it's working well so far.
Brulata's playing with the bit of back-to-back, but Jin is pretty much very strong in the lead. Oh, the back-to-back of 6, but Jin has to break it. And same with Brulata's. Very good synchronous play by both players. And both of these players are continuously going into mid-game, with Brulata's playing just a bit slower. But Jin's getting back onto that back-to-back pressure, and it looks pretty scary for someone like Brulata's, who's just looking for defensive play.
But, I mean, the defense is holding real strong right now. Oh, that I misdrop might make things more difficult, but I think this is still pretty survivable. Okay. No big danger.
Oh, but Jin with the back-to-back pressure starting at 14. This is absolutely
so
stressful if you're Brulata's.
Is Jin okay? Jin has to think to keep this pressure though. Oh, okay. That's a crucial misdrop. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're getting back-to-back pressured like that, you need some mechanism to stop it, right? Because otherwise, it's gonna build up and it's gonna build up, and you can't do anything. Oh, look at this PC chaining. This is what I remember. This is what I remember. Oh my goodness!
And
can't
folks,
believe
that is our first SDPC confirm in the TWC. Yeah. What an amazing sequence of events by Jin, and Brulata's, of course, trying to keep it pretty strong with this kind of stack that they so desperately need to fix. Very good opening by Brulata's, but the eye misdrop gonna have to delay it a bit. Has to waste it for the dependency too.
That's so, yeah, this is... It's just, you know, if you make one awkward or bad decision, right, then you're just stuck on the back foot. And if you are stuck on the back foot long enough, you just lose. You can't contest the pressure at one point. That's how this game is built. It's rewards. Like, if you're able to keep it clean for that long, like, you win. That's how this works. And Jin is definitely a player who's using that to his advantage. Look at that, 4 PPS, essentially perfect efficiency.
Goodness.
And this is looking like a brick wall for Brulatas to overcome here. I'll be honest, this is not what I would have expected out of this match. I thought this was going to be real close. Now the onus is on Brulatas to prove that will still happen.
Brulata's looking pretty nervous about this kind of match. They surely weren't expecting this kind of pressure to be put onto someone that just adds a lot of clean and efficiency, especially with someone like Jin, who's just
like this
absolutely...
out of Brulatas, though. Jin also a
Uh-oh.
misdrop. This might be an opportunity here. We'll see what Berlatus can bring.
Jin having a
Okay.
funneling just a bit, but does get the
It's
13
alright,
spike.
yeah. Back in it, you know, like once you reach the clean, you're generally in a good spot in this game. And, you know, reach the clean. Oh my
Uh-oh,
goodness,
Berlatus.
that's a crazy mid-game PC find. That's
yeah.
absolutely disgusting. And Jin
Jin!
goes up 7-1. This is looking like raps, to be honest. You know, I'll be honest. This is very difficult for Berlatus to overcome.
It's just when you see a lead like that, 7-1, that is disgusting to see. But
I mean, it's been
Berlatus
done
is-
before.
Ooh. But Berlatus just doesn't want it anymore. He has the second point. Now he needs to really tie it up if he keeps up the consistency. Jin, of course, with a very strong lead ahead, just 5 points ahead of Berlatus. They really need to keep this up, and Berlatus needs to put in a miracle to make that
I like how you
comeback
said
happen.
just 5 points ahead when it's 7-2. Like, I don't know. It's not the closest score line, but oh my god.
Oh, absolutely not. It looks like a very ridiculous score, but Berlatus with the recovery.
Oh, that's such a sad misdrop. I think Berlatus gets out of that too because Jin has nothing, but sad misdrop makes the difference right at the end. It might have also done that intentionally, thinking the eye would come in time, but yeah, it's just it's a rough place to be. And you know, I've seen it happen before, but whew.
Tournament
It's-
nerves are very strong, but Jin with the 24 spike
Yeah,
with the
that's-
SDMBK
that's-
quad.
I think that's around. I don't see how Berlatus gets out of that.
Yeah,
And
nah. That is too much pressure for Berlatus to even contain. That was such insane timing by Jin. Berlatus is just struggling so much, it just makes me feel sad.
And Berlatus, like, look at this garbage too, right? You take an awkward 3 line, which does get converted to a Tetris, but you're forced onto this timing back foot kind of play, and like all that's gonna happen if this continues is Jin will just continue building up the back-to-back. I think we'll look to downstack a little bit, but Berlatus, a lot of cheese on the board, and you know, sure, it's gonna get converted pretty well, but you know, if you can't disrupt the Jin back-to-back... Okay, well, Jin is actually slowing down a lot trying to keep this back-to-back. Might be, like, trying to overcommit to it in a way, and that misdrop might just seal this round here. Berlatus needs any kind of attack,
Jin.
but Jin's still alive. Berlatus kind of fumbling almost, but barely able to close that out.
Oh, Jin, that T-spin was so greedy!
Hey, sometimes you get a little greedy, you know? It's part of the process, and...
Of course,
There's
Jin
your
with that.
SDD.
Yeah, the SDPC, the extra. Oh dear.
Oh, that's an awkward misdrop. Like, luckily Berlatus canceled a lot of that opening garbage, so not too much to work with, and Jin should be able to live here. Yeah,
Very
Berlatus
good
doesn't-
downstack by Jin. Of course, being able to combo it off of it to send so much clean to Berlatus. But Berlatus has the back-to-back to really save themselves. Oh, that's juicy for Berlatus. Being able to
Great
get that.
cancel. Yeah, that's very necessary when you're dealing with that kind of pressure. But the downside of canceling is that look at the bottom of Berlatus' field, right? Quite literally only been sent clean, but it's been turned into cheese. Because, you know, the back-to-back is a little higher for Jin, and when that cheese builds up, that's when things get scary. Speaking of scary, this misdrop, not pretty, but will actually be cleaned up. Great downstack from Berlatus, and Jin can't make it out, I think, yeah.
That is some very, very good timing by Berlatus. Berlatus needs a very huge miracle to, like I said, to really turn this around into their favor, or at least tie it up. And considering that they are getting back to their momentum, it definitely seems pretty strong, but Jin...
Jin's board is so gross. It's so gross. Like, I looked at that, I was like, this round is done. Yeah. Berlatus needs a miracle at this point. Luckily, there is a loser's bracket, so...
They
all
definitely
hope
got a
not
second
lost,
chance. Very good timing by Berlatus. Both of these players selling it out. Wild West style. And Berlatus... Ooh.
Honestly, I declined PC there, but that's just because I'm an idiot.
You're a fan of canceling.
Yeah.
But it definitely looks like Berlatus is of the opposing party. Oh my...
Ooh, yeah,
Ooh,
you
just
can't downstack
almost.
that. That's just... The story of this set was really just Jin. Incredible pressure, and... Like, look at the line sent and received. Literally double the line from Jin is ridiculous. I don't know if the stream can see that, but
the
that's
3.11 PPS from Jin. That's how efficient that he is. Brelada's. Yeah, I think you were right. I was expecting this to be very close. I think it's definitely the nerves part, the mental of, especially being in a major tournament like this. It can be very nerve-wracking if you're Brelada's, but of course, you just, it's really hard to feel that way, especially if there's like a prize pool on the line, especially one as big as the TWC has. Brelada's is struggling a lot with this, but even then, Jin still takes it. How do you feel about this, BenXT? How do you feel about this match?
It's pretty much what you guys said. I mean, we kind of had a nervy start with all the misdrops, but then we started seeing the giant speed advantage, and then he just ran away with it. It's actually insane what this guy can do. You guys never talked about giant speed, except for when he was actually playing slow, but he always feels slow. I'm going to tell you right now, he was going like 3.7 most of the time.
Oh yeah, no, I saw like a 4 PPS game. Jin, like I didn't mean to undersell Jin's speed. That's my bad, but you know, I mean, Jin definitely had like when Jin gets in the back-to-back moments, right? That's kind of when it sometimes slows down a little bit, right? Trying to keep the back-to-back at all costs, but when Jin is cooking, you know? And when Jin cooked, that's why the game ended 11-4. So
I was playing Jin in Tetra League recently, and it was kind of the same story, except I kind of pushed him a bit more. I feel like Brelada's, it's past midnight for Brelada's. He's having a hard time, but
yeah, especially in France right now.
I know that's rough. I don't know how Dormy always does it. Those 4 a.m. tournaments, like Dormy's just built different.
I think we didn't really see Giant being pushed this round. Honestly, that's what I got the impression of, because he was going for some pretty fancy back-to-back setups. That's not really how he usually plays. He can be really explosive.
Like, that one round, that was nasty for Jin, and of course the damage gonna just sending a lot to Brelada's, especially if you're on a very huge back-to-back streak. Even if you're still greeting for that sort of thing, it's very scary to deal with it, especially if you're just a player that's really strong at keeping the defense up. But if you see a player that's just loading themselves up with damage, like, look at this. This is the first, the first double-digit back-to-back game in the tournament so far.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that was not full power Jayan. He was not pushed. Yeah. He was having a lot of fun.
I believe that a lot because, you know, I like the whole slowdown in the back-to-back, like, I remember playing Jin. This is not how that goes. Like, that's again, by the way, beautiful, all clear. But
yeah,
Jin.
Yeah.
I think there's still more to be seen here, you know. And I mean, Jin OSW, I think will be in winter semis. But
look forward to more Giant, because versus OSW is gonna be an insane
full potential.
Game.
Yeah,
we're gonna see Jin actually getting pushed, and that's going to look way different. He's top 30 right now. I don't think that's his full potential even.
Like looking at his resume, it didn't look like he entered a lot, right? So,
he just destroyed everyone.
Yeah, you know, it's gonna be good to see Jin play a little bit of the next round, but I don't know if that's the next match in this case.
I also wanted to talk a bit about Brelada's giving a really good effort. Full props to Brelada's. With that 25-second sprint, Brelada's really didn't have a win condition. He didn't have the burst that could really kill Giant. Like, every time Giant lost, it was a fatal misdrop or way too much greed.
Yeah, it's just so hard when you're slower, right? Because the window of taking advantage of your opponent's mistakes is a lot smaller, and at the same time, like, I don't know, you just, like, when you make a mistake, it's like you need the god down stack or you die. Those are the options in that scenario, and well,
I don't agree. I have to say, there's a down stack out of basically any situation if you look hard enough.
The problem is, can you look hard enough?
Yes.
In the speedy Giant back-to-back chamber, you know? It's
you need to slow down and be patient when your opponent has like a 30 back-to-back chain. Takes a lot of nerve to do that, and not everyone can.
Mm-hmm.
If you can keep your nerve, if you can always find the best decisions, we saw Giant do that and slow down all the time. If you can do all of that, you're the best player.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And seeing both of these players, both Dormy and and Gion, of course Dormy being a fairly setup heavy, diverse player in comparison to John. I mean, that's what matters at the end of the day. But Giant, Giant, however you say about him, Giant, I think we might have another contender for a speed demon in the current lineup of top players, if I say so myself.
There's so many speed demons these days. I remember when like 3.5 pieces per second made you a speed demon, but the year's 2023, and there's so many fast players, and I don't know, it's like the skill ceiling's just being pushed higher and higher. Like more minds, more hours are always being poured into this game. So, yeah, I mean, it's just exciting to see where this is going to go.
It's all about that optimization, especially with how these players are learning the game procedurally. Because back then, the only fast players we've had were Firestorm and Cab, and probably a couple others that I probably don't know about. Not so QMK. But,
crazy to think of Cab as like a back then player. For me, he's just a little baby.
Yeah.
who rose up the ranks so quick.
And he's still consistent like that to this day. He's still a fairly top player. He's still able to take plenty of games off of these players. It's more so the new generation is knowing to take that into a faster state of mind, or those who have played in other clients, being able to transfer those skills to Tetrio, which is more so multiplier based instead of combo oriented, which is something that Tetrio is most special for. And I am very thankful about those kinds of players nowadays. And don't worry, we still got our vets.
Yeah,
it's all about that progression.
I will say though, it's a rough year to be a vet though, because God, there are so many good players. It's like someone's always on your heels. You know? Even if you get past, then the next person right on your heels. So
Yeah.
it's just, it's tough to keep up. But with that being said, we should probably shout out our donors. Would you want to take it away? I trust you. I got faith.
Oh, okay. So, $100 donation from a random guy with 2 keychains, one for Tetra and one for the TWC. We got Promo for the TWC keychain. We got P Danny for the Tetra keychain. We got Lala0325 for the $3 donation.
Thank you, Ben, for that translation on the fly. That's our homie right there.
Clutch for Ben XT. And of course, longtime community contributor Zudo for the Tetrio keychain. Shoutouts to all of these people who have donated for the prize pool, and as well for the merch store that we also set up. If you still want to buy or fill into the prize pool, you still can. I do believe, but so you can always donate to the prize pool, and also order our keychains, order what's on the merch store. Any kind of money is appreciated, especially us at Puzzle Kingdom, Team TSD, whoever's being streamed at. Still, every donation counts, and we thank you for your time and also your consideration.
Yeah, donations definitely still open. We're very simple here. If you have money to give us, we will not say no at the end of the day. And, give us the opportunity to pay these incredible players, And I don't know if a cut's going to staff, I'm not expecting to get paid, for the record, all right?
Neither do I. I don't have a bank account yet, so...
I know, yeah, that's what... this is a classic Tetris problem with everyone being a little baby. But, yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity to, no one can make a living off this game, but if someone really could and could put their all into it, what a future that would be.
It's all about that grassroots feel,
Yeah.
Especially if it's online, offline, wherever you are, it's always appreciated to, fund the tournament scene outside of it. And we still thank you for those who continue to support the scene, regardless of the tournament. And either way, it's been a bit since we've seen the winners bracket run, have we not? Do we want to move on to the opposite side?
I think we're gonna stay on winners, given that I see Adri Pro and Dormy in the lobby. But that being said,
Ooh.
I think the warm up is on the cards right here, and you know, this will give us a great look into what this set's gonna turn out to be.
Agar versus wait, we already had Agar versus Dormy. This is Adri. So
Close enough, you know. It's both A names.
Yeah. And of course, Adri Pro being the second best in Colombia and a very strong top 50 player playing against the best of France.
Yeah, that flag definitely says Peru on my screen, but I don't know. Maybe that's a lie. I can't tell the. I never know. You know, everyone has fake flagged on this client before. Shout out to Ed from Palau. That's my homie right there. But you know, Peru has actually low-key been like a stacked Tetris country throughout the ages. I remember Master from Peru was very competitive in like the early Jasters Cup era, consistent top 8s, and now Adri Pro continuing the legacy. So, you know, we'll have to see how the Adri Dormy battle goes.
The second best in Peru versus the #1 top player in France, and is it top 20
Who is the best
player?
in Peru if this is the second best?
I would definitely consider Master, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. I mean,
so many years ago now that, like, I don't know, man. I gotta have Adri Pro on this one.
I can definitely check TETR channel right now if I want to.
I could be wrong. I don't keep up to date with the rankings. My fault, gang. I don't know why I still get asked to do these, but you know, I'm here.
It's
Ebu #1? Oh, that's actually sick.
Ebu!
We love Ebu.
And top 3, of course, Jinta, the one that's also carrying the Tetrio content creation scene. It's really nice to see a lot of Peru representation too.
Kind of a busted region, I'm not gonna lie.
And to think that Japan, Korea, and Malaysia are really dominant regions in the Tetrio scene. Think again, we have all these other countries that we have so yet to name nowadays. It's kind of really amazing how national this entire game has been for the past plenty of years, even during COVID.
I think COVID might have even helped, you know? With the internet, everyone can come together and play their favorite game, and it's just incredible to see players from all over the world pop up and be able to go crazy.
Absolutely.
And, you know? And I think we're going to see these players go crazy right now. If I'm...
Apologies.
My fault, production. I did not read general after Ben was like, let's get going. My bad, gang.
Of course, we are going to get started with Adri Pro versus Dormy. Of course, we've seen Dormy play before, especially with the with the diverse playstyle. But Adri Pro, being the higher seed in this bracket, looking pretty fast and actually looking like a pretty strong all-rounder, especially against someone like Dormy, which, of course, we've said before about his adaptive playstyle. How would that fare against Adri?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I read the player-provided info, and I see 4 words, and it says, you will get stick spinned. So, I mean, if that's your game plan, you know, this is one opponent to bring it to. Let's see how effective it's going to be. Wait, Edge is cooking up behind the scenes. I'm excited. Yo, we get the planet? Yo! We got there! That's my producer right there, baby.
Production save! We got Adri!
we did it, baby.
Oh my goodness. Of course we are gonna get started, but oh my god. You're about to get stick spin, Adri says.
Hey.
Oh boy.
The year's 2023, you know, it's...
What timeline am I in?
This is how things should be.
This is not the correct year. How is stick spin still relevant? But, of course, we're going to start with this warm-up. Of course, Adri setting up to his name. Not the bag that they want for stick spin, but hey, gotta work with it somehow. And Adri looking pretty fast. And the PC setup, too.
Yeah, that's not stick spin. Oh, 2 PC? 3? Can we get a big 3? Ah, we can't.
Nah, the guard ascending was already too late.
Yeah. That's one struggle of the perfect clear player is you gotta go quick. That's a misdrop, but could be okay. I think it might be okay.
Adri does in fact fix it though, and does kickstart the back-to-back. Oh, has to force the mini in there, not trying to keep it flat. But this is looking like a pretty strong board. Does have to break it, unfortunately. While Dormy...
Oh, but this is such a weird, awkward stack for Adri. Yeah, that's...
Dormy does in fact take it though.
You know,
I'm not sure if Adri
good that
can
this
fix
is the warm-up if you're an Adri fan. And I mean, you know, a mutual A in the chat from both players. And that being said, it might be go time.
Let's get it into it. Peru versus France. Adri versus Dormy. And winners semis. Oh boy. This is gonna be fun.
This is exciting stuff. Here we go.
Oh god, Adri's doing it.
Yeah,
Adri's doing it.
As prophesized.
Oh my god, he almost wins with it, but Dormy has a pretty strong bounce stack after that. Oh.
That's why you gotta have your clean garbage handy, you know, because otherwise you're gonna get cooked, and that's never where you want to be. Big round for Dormy, keeping the momentum from the warm-up going, and the onus is now on Adri to tie it up.
Dormy, of course, with the MS2. Adri going for... I thought this was going to be 4 white for a sec. I was going to flip.
Nah.
But
Adri... Yeah, there's no down stack there.
Adri does, in fact, get PC'd and MD'd at the same time. The one true combo to end it all.
I like that Dormy brings out, like, not your PC, you know, like other PC continuations, like a TKI PC, other kinds of PCs. You know, I love the little bit of creativity. And look at the stack.
And look at that down stack,
ideal.
The 24.
The fact that Adri's still alive is already a miracle, but that eyepiece over the garbage hole will not be doing any favors.
Oh, no.
And Dormy will
Adri.
clean up his lunch.
God,
a tough start.
Adri is just having a really rough time with this kind of matchup. They're a higher seed, but they're really starting to fumble with a bit of fumbling with confidence, but knowing them, it shouldn't be all too bad. But Dormy is really taking a proper usage of that playstyle adaptation into heart.
Seeding can't always tell the full story, you know, right? Like Dormy is in Europe, can't enter as many qualifiers. You know, you can't expect the same level of a point having. And Dormy proven, like, you know, I still got it.
Yep. And Dormy is still trying to keep it clean. Look at that count to 5 there. That's pretty good for the TSS. While Adri has so much garbage on their board.
And that's how you know that Tetris has improved. Is that now that count to 4 has become count to 5, it's like we've hit the next level. We've peaked, I think, as a community.
Oh, very good forecasted by Adri, but does in fact misdrop afterwards. That's not looking good.
Misdrop is really tough, and Dormy trying to put down any attack possible, but the cheese might be enough for Adri, and Adri with a big spike, but Dormy's still alive here. And now we'll spike it all back, most likely. Adri's still in the... Oh, but the misdrops from Dormy.
Oh my god,
Dormy
might be able to lose this. Yeah, he loses
the... And... Wow. What a back and forth game. So much being sent back and forth. Both players on the verge of death, and one mistake at the top will cost it for Dormy. But, you know, those are the slim margins that make the difference. And Adri at the top of the board doesn't have access to the clean well yet. Okay, there it is. Eyepieces placed, and we're back in the neutral. No pressure.
And it looks so clean for Adri. He does, in fact, trying to manage to recover it, while Dormy has a lot of work to deal with, especially with this garbage. Does in fact count to 5. And the dono afterwards. Very solid by Dormy. Adri taking it a bit slower. Does have the garbage well underneath. Gets a pretty solid 4 combo with it, but Dormy is still living on the ropes.
Is pristine. I saw Dormy consider like the most ridiculous T-spin setup there for a second. Glad that didn't happen. But that's a great spike, and the cheese might be the difference maker, right? Because Dormy's gonna send this all right back. And can Adri Pro get through these couple lines? Okay, yes, that's a yes.
God, Adri is looking pretty frantic right now.
This is and look at Dormy's board. Oh, the perfect tank.
Oh, that's what you
that was
want.
Beautiful.
That is what you want, the building ammunition to send a cannon of damage to Adri. taking a pretty strong lead, 3 points ahead.
Dormy waited. Dormy said, Adri, send your attack. Send me up to line 19 on my board because I will crush you. And crush Dormy did. And that puts Dormy, you know, it's 4-1 now, baby. It's Dormy kind of running away with it at the moment, but you know,
Dormy looking pretty comfy about this matchup, and Adri making all these mistakes just don't look good.
When you're down in a high pressure situation, it can give way to the crumble. And I don't know if we've seen the full crumble yet, but I think if things keep going this way, we might be getting there. It's so difficult to keep your cool under the most pressure possible. But you know, it's still possible. Never count out a champion.
Descending from Adri.
That's exactly what you want to see. That is how you get back into a game like this. Can Adri hang on with more rounds like that?
Especially with the sentiment that they so called in their fact, just wanting to stick spin as best as they could, not wanting the DPC, but Dormy is just trying to prevent that from happening a lot, like that DPC setup that they so wanted, but Adri just doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, that's the upside is, you know, now we're in the middle game. That's what's cool about top players is you can't just stick spin to win, you know? You've got to really crush with your opening to make a difference. And, you know, we're in a pretty neutral position here. Like Dormy might be a little higher, but has the beautiful board state to make it work. And now the same for Adri. This is very good to work with. Dormy stack awkward though, and Adri immediate punish. And you know, if I'm Dormy, I'm getting a little nervous. It's starting to look shakier.
And Dormy with the DT against stick spin. Adri had the switchback, but chooses not to continue it. And the Imus drop.
That could be a big deal, but Dormy doesn't have the ammo ready to punish. I love the Shichiku. We live 2023, but we're still using that bad boy. That's what I love to see.
Old habits don't die hard, according to Dormy, especially with that setup. And these donos looking pretty juicy for Dormy.
Dormy's stack is so good right now, but Adri has a very good stack of their own. So I mean, it's that's a tragic D-spin. That's
almost game ending. That's almost game ending.
Everyone's been there. It's not over. Oh, but Dormy also a mistake. I was wondering where's this kill and blow, but both sides crumbling a little bit in the most crucial moment, and we're back into a neutral place.
Dormy has the double quad to probably send all that garbage back to Adri, but Adri is just skimming through all of this, just trying to get as much as they can, especially with this board and these misdrops. Very nerve-wracking, but they're still able to fix it in a very fast speed, especially
Dormy's
at
pressure
3.6.
ridiculous.
It's a lot to work with if you're Dormy, and now they're going to have to back-to-back in order to secure the round, but Adri is still holding on.
I can't believe Adri's still alive.
How is he still alive?
That's gotta...
No way!
It's not. And Dormy misdrops and finally breaks the back-to-back. Adri Pro still in this game. I thought it was over at least 3 times, but Adri somehow with the most ridiculous survival. And once again, Adri on the ropes in this very game, approaching 2 minutes now, but both times Adri has survived. And if this game goes Adri's way, this is like a big shift in the mental battle between these two players. Can Dormy hang on?
Oh my god, Dormy has so much clean. He's trying to put pressure on
Look at that down stack though, and finally cleans it up.
What a grueling round for Dormy to take. Adri was holding on.
Definitely made Dormy work for it, and you know, that's got to be crushing. You live through so much adversity, and oh wow, I see that stick spin timing attempt. You know, get a little silly with it. I'm on board.
Ship overhang.
Oh, but Dormy with the awkward dependency. Okay, it all cleans up in the end, and Adri not really in a place to punish here.
Oh my god, Adri is really starting to find as many decisions as they can, but they're looking pretty
great spike for Dormy. Oh, Dormy with the greediest STSD I've ever seen!
And neither players take the punish!
I know, Adri was perfect at, like, canceling with the clean well, and now Dormy cheesed up. Alright, never mind. All good in the hood again for Dormy. Great down stack. That's another upside of playing PPT is you know how to get down, you know? When down stack is so difficult to do, and, like, You gotta know how to do it well, but it's not gonna be enough unless
Oh
Dormy can
my-
find a miracle.
Oh, just almost, but Adri takes another close round against Dormy.
Yeah.
Adri's slowly starting to climb up to tying it.
It's so back and forth. It's ridiculous.
Look at that MKO speed at 4 PPS. That is scary, but Dormy is able to get out of it instantly.
Dormy had to burst real quick there. I mean, that was a big early mistake for Dormy, but... Oh my god, what am I looking at? What am I looking at? How are you still alive, Dormy? Adri Pro, what is going on? What is going on both sides of the field? Who's gonna come up on top of the scrap?
Neither players die, and Adri is able to get back down, and so is Dormy. This is
I can't believe that.
This is a very comeback-oriented game. Adri with the floating T-spin and the down stack combo. Holy moly, what is going on?
Both players recovering so well, and Adri on the ropes, but still in it. Oh, I love that spin. That's so smart, and stays in it. Great spike. Dormy on the ropes now.
Yeah, Dormy is not going to make it out.
You can't down stack that. What a back and forth round. I thought both of them were going to die in the middle, and all of a sudden we're almost tied up.
That was a nutty round for both players. Adri is starting to kick up the speed, and Dormy is having a lot of trouble with this kind of pressure.
Oh, that's that great DT attack, but Adri with the super clean well.
God, oh my god, that
spike!
Not just a spike, but the misdrops from Adri just really don't feel good. It's just like salt to the wound.
Yeah, I think Adri just tried to do everything to go fast, knew that everything was required, and that's when you get into misdrop territory. All right, good start for both. Nothing decisive. Both this is a much more relaxed game than the last few. Just judging off these first 20 seconds.
Yep, and Adri has the mini Finn in TWC. Adri, and the 21 spike and the ST stack. That was some very interesting plays by Adri, but Dormy is not going to die because of it. It's just all about the style that Adri wants, and the misdrops.
It feels like that crumble I was talking about earlier. It didn't happen when I said it, but now Adri 2 rough misdrop games in a row, and I mean, it's hard to fix those on the fly, and it's hard especially when you're under this kind of pressure. Oh, I thought Dormy was going to get some PC garbage out of there, but
Adri chooses not to go for it. They're pretty high on the board, but they still managed to get that down. But the 21 spike from Adri,
so big, and 6-8 now. It's still within striking distance for both players. Dormy with the DT, love that.
Oh my god, this is such a clean board for Dormy. Adri gonna need to fix that height difference, but that's gonna convert it into a down stack. But the team is dropped, that's gonna set it. That's gonna set it.
Yeah, that's Dormy's Dormy also just played that so perfect. Nice score line. Gotta say
nice score line.
And yeah, it feels like Adri Pro's finally found footing, but what I worry is it too little too late?
Look at how clean Adri board. Look at how clean that board is.
I know. These wells are so ridiculous. Oh, Dormy breathing too hard. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that, Dormy, you silly goose. That's so much height, and Adri still in it, not ready to give up.
That was so much pressure from Adri. The back-to-back, too.
Uh-oh, that is a rough start to the round, but Dormy not looking that much better, and both players will clean it up a little sheepishly.
Ooh, very good C-spin by Dormy, and of course going to convert it into the floating afterwards. That feels like
Dormy classic.
That's just what you love to see, the T-spin tech from Dormy, but Adri looking to find these downstack opportunities. And
Dormy with the misdrop though, and yeah. We're almost tied up. This is spooky stuff for the Dormy fans out here, and
this is pretty close, and definitely the closest that we've seen so far in the stream, and Dormy is just having a really rough time trying to keep up the momentum, and the pressure from Adri is really overwhelming.
Still alive for now. Okay, finds the Bit of a compromise. That was such a great down stack decision. Oh my god.
Very beautiful, but Adri's going to continue that 9-0 back-to-back pressure at 11. This is scary, but does have to break it at 12. But still pretty strong damage for Adri. Some very good stats indeed. At 4 PPS, this is a very speedy player compared to Dormy, who's all about the pressure and the defense.
Adri Pro, like when the burst hits, it's crazy. It's so fast. Oh,
It's
but
like a
Dormy's down stack, look at that! Such a great combo. If only the cheese had actually been sent over.
Very good tank by Dormy too.
Yeah, and this is just back and forth stuff. You know, we're back kind of in a relaxed position, but Adri gonna send Dormy up board.
Very good down stack. Adri still continuing with that back-to-back pressure, restarting from the ground up, and the spike as well. That's so much garbage to Dormy, but Dormy's gonna send it all the way back. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, that's 16, and it's Adri have a down stack here.
No way. No.
It doesn't happen. Dormy with the grossest board of all time to win that round, but it works, and 10-8.
He doesn't have the solve to fix it. Adri is really gonna have to... Doesn't go for the PC. Interesting.
Oh, Dormy will find the PC, though. Okay, the second PC?
Okay, Dormy. Yeah, Adri is going to... Yeah, that's it. That's it for Adri.
That's a great opening from Dormy to clean it out 11-8. Definitely looked very shaky in the middle of that set, but finds the power inside to clean it up, and you know, will advance to winners finals.
But that 155 match, that was such a tug of war for both players. About as close as we can get. So, Analyst Ben, how do you feel about this match?
What? That wasn't a match, that was a highlight. What do you mean, match? I feel like I just watched like 20 minutes of highlights. I'm kind of overwhelmed. You like that match? You guys were freaking screaming.
It was ridiculous.
That was good
stuff. I can take my eye off
stuff.
right now because, oh my god, I couldn't believe it.
The good thing we get to watch this
Pools,
again.
That
We
was
get to watch it again, so good stuff.
that was the most beautiful match of TWC that we've seen so far. To see both of these players just play out of their mind, especially in early bracket. This is winners semis of Group E, fellas. Chill.
Can you like? Isn't it crazy that this is pools? Like, this is just pools. This is the bare beginning of this tournament, and we're seeing stuff like this being pulled out. It's incredible how good everyone's gotten, and what a match that was.
Adri has built a reputation as a speed demon, and I know you guys saw that. He was going like 5 PPS at time. I'd like to say, Adri actually upset Promo recently in a major. Promo, one of the fastest and best players in the world, of course, but Adri took a set off.
Oh my god.
Something to talk about, something to think about. This guy can't beat anyone. And also lose to anyone, just like Dorby, like I said earlier.
I mean, listen, if we think about speed demons that upset players like Promo, I mean, we did have Stratosphere 54 with Wessel taking a victorious Grand Finals run against Promo. Like, wow. Like,
still a difficult task. Like, definitely do not undersell this achievement.
Yeah.
the grind to make all of this happen is absolutely astonishing for anyone that's really taken this game into heart, especially if you're someone like Adri, Wessel, OSW, just anyone that's looking to play fast and just do so much damage and just find all these survival opportunities. A lot of the players that just love to play slow just have a hard time trying to keep it up, but Dormy is still able to keep that consistency in regard, which, as we so see in this matchup, like 8-11, that's pretty strong for someone like Adri, but Dormy is still open for comeback potential.
This has to be one of the most volatile matches I've ever seen in general.
It was so back and forth. Both were players so close to death in so many situations.
Neither player is the most consistent, which made this even more exciting to watch.
Like, the one round where they both misdropped was so ridiculous.
Hey, listen, even the slowest players can make their own mistakes.
I think in general we saw a lot of AG just outspeeding the mistakes, and when he won, he caught Dormy off guard, and it was nice to watch Dormy just get randomly spiked up. I have to say, Adrian is one of the best counter spikers in the game, and Dormy was playing hard anti this entire match.
And that's why this match went on for so long, like, goodness.
Dormy was so careful about every single garbage line that he sent. Like, you saw the stall, you saw the timing. It was incredible how he was able to macro play and keep up the lead throughout the match. He was also playing very efficient and greedy, so he could keep up the pressure.
Look at that speed! Look at the bar!
It's
Adri 4.6. That is a speed demon.
Average game for Adri out here, and
Adri could have had the quad as well. That is so much stats.
Nice. Anyways, even Cab was worried about Adri when they faced each other in the tournament recently.
Yeah, this could have really gone either way, and I mean, I think the match showed that as well.
I have to hand it to Dormy though. He managed to keep his nerve this entire time, continue the gameplay of just playing anti, and always trying not to send stuff for Adri to counter spike with. Of course, with that kind of speed, you can't always do that. He's gonna find the weirdest fixes and get himself out. And that's why we saw the random 20 spikes out of nowhere from Adri. With a fast player, it's almost impossible to predict what's gonna happen.
And of course, Dormy gonna take the winner's final spot. And of course, we also have the upper half of the winner's semis, which is going to be OSW versus Jin. Of course, OSW being a fairly strong and amazing newcomer in the scene
in this tournament, right? OSW's improvement has been so incredible. And
of course, Osk with the massive in-game alerts. So those who are currently playing TETR right now, you can always tune in to the TWC and check into the best of the best. And it's absolutely amazing seeing how far these players have come. I have never seen a bracket like this before. Never before in a tournament like this. And this is the first TWC tournament like ever.
And I don't know if there ever has existed a bracket like this, you know? I mean, I don't know, you could maybe argue like 5 years ago or so, some of those majors back then with, I don't know, players who most players today wouldn't have even heard of, but just the fact that like everybody in this event is so ridiculously talented, I can't wait. It's gonna be incredible.
I am absolutely grateful for this for these kinds of players, and seeing them at the highest of levels have been absolutely beautiful. And if it weren't for this bracket, it would have been almost similar to what we've had in the past. Like we would have had more Diao, would have had more CZ, we would have had more Firestorm, but not this year. Not this year. No, times have changed, and
yeah, it's a whole new world.
Oh, right. So, Jin versus OSW. That's gonna be a lot to think about. Efficiency and speed versus efficiency.
Before we think about that, let's think about how Skyfire wrote this banger that's playing. The theme for this tournament. Feelings never die, so all the credit to them. And, you know, it sounds great. Even though I can't hear it right now, I'm sure it sounds great. My bad, gang. Yes, please support Skyfire. Because, you know, anyone who's helping us out is awesome. So, help them back out, you know?
Always support Skyfire's works if you can. And as always, like, this has been a very fairly fun bracket to discuss. And
it's a sick one.
Right. We are gonna get started with the upper half of the winners semis bracket, which of course is going to be Jin versus OSW. And we've seen Jin play with such efficiency, but OSW has, oh boy, the speed and the damage. Not only in Tetrio, they've played on a lot of other clients and titles before with equal success, and OSW is managing to keep all of that skills to heart, especially in the TWC. The highest seed of the group, which is going to be a lot for Jin to take, and we might be able to see an upset if Jin can be able to take it, or OSW being able to move on into winners finals against Dormy. But either players are known for their efficiency and speed, so we're going to see how this goes. How do you feel about this, Modest?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like Giant might be crying and OS might put that W in his name, but it's too hard to call, you know? We're going to have to see with our own eyes, and we're getting right into it here, which is no warm-up. That's,
no warm-up.
You know, that's a shocker these days, you know?
Wow. And, of course, we are going to get started with no warm-up. OSW, the two-time WPL 2023 champion, versus Jin, the world record mobile sprint holder. And both of these players are playing as fast as they can, as they so do. And OSW with the T-spin set up some misspin, though.
Ooh, that's
pretty unfortunate.
A rough start, but not.
Yeah.
No, it is over, and that's a big first round to pick up. I mean, you know, you want to start clean if you're the 5 seed. You know, you're expected to win this group. You've got the pressure on your shoulders, and
ooh, very good 6-3 setup by OSW. And the floating afterwards, that's so much
great.
damage to Jin!
That's the OSW pressure right there. OSW, even like a few years ago, always just had these explosive moments where he could come out of nowhere and hit you with a ridiculous spike. And it's clearly still a part of the game plan today. What a great attack from OSW. Look at this 5-piece per second start, too. Absolutely disgusting. And it's not stopping either. How is it not stopping?
Oh my god! Jin is still going!
I can't believe that they're both still alive. Oh, but look at the cheat on OSW's board. This might be how Jin gets around here.
And OSW with heavy funneling on their side, the amount of T's and J's, but they still managed to fix themselves back up.
Yeah,
Jin looking pretty strong. That is a lot of garbage sent to OSW at 4 PPS. Jin takes the lead.
Jin
once
did a
again.
Great job that round of reviving the initial ridiculous burst from OSW, and then using the couple lines of cheese to get out. But this is gonna be a really awkward round. Both of them struggling to send anything. I can't believe they're both alive, but alive they are. And you know, it goes on. OSW with the
oh my god, OSW! But still manages to down stack through all of it.
Still alive? Still alive. Oh my god, what a survival from OSW under all the pressure, spiking it all back.
And sending Jin into trouble. Just the consequence of leaving OSW left to down stack is just far too unfortunate for Jin.
And the Ibis drop it, that could seal it here. It does cancel one, but can Giant cancel it all? It's a struggle. Okay, I think they're back in a pretty even situation now. Finally, a little bit of cheese still on Giant's board, but should be cleaned up in time, I think. Yes. Barely. Living by the skin on his teeth.
But OSW, look at him go. Look at the back-to-back. He's just sending so much. No wonder where all that damage is coming from. And the spikes, too. Jin is just not having the good time of his life of all of this cheese.
Both of them are so cheesed up, funnily enough. But Giant finally looking a little clean. Might be the opportunity he needs.
But OSW finally tops out. Jin looking pretty strong in this set. He's going to have to take 8 more to secure it, but OSW might be able to turn this around as Jin just ever so swiftly takes that SDPC spin to granted. While OSW has a lot of counter ammunition and the down stack to really send it, but Jin is trying to play just a bit more safely. But
OSW, this is the OSW is such a crazy player because when the inconsistency hits, it really bites him, and it feels awful to watch. But then, to balance it out, you have moments like that. Just incredible, perfect pressure. And it feels like there's nothing you could do. I can't believe how this is going. So much being exchanged, and alright, I think both still in an okay position here.
God, OSW with the pressure at 4 PPS. What is that? What is that dono setup from OSW? I don't think that was intentional. And the parapet too. That's a lot of pressure sent to Jin. That's gonna be another round for OSW, tying it up again.
OSW's pressure is just so incredible. I think it shows the most in what I'd say is probably OSW's best game, which is Tetris Effect Connected, but it's pretty damn clear that he's no slouch at this either. And beautiful T-spin combination there from both with super clean wells. This round hanging on a knife's edge, but they do cancel that damage out. So we're back in the neutral.
Jin looking to fix that 8-1 stack, finding a couple T-spin setups into a 13-spike quad combo with a bucket of fries over here, and OSW is just not going to care about it, just sending a back-to-back of 10! So much pressure to Jin, but Jin barely makes it out, and does in fact dig for that quad, finds another one. Both of these players still in neutral, while OSW is still on a pretty tight thread here, and those misdrops might be able to secure it for Jin.
Oh my goodness, OSW was on such a heater, but it feels like once Jin can pull out that kind of red-hot pressure, that's when the moment to strike comes, and OSW still on the back foot might find a way out, but another awkward down stack. All right,
oh, Jin misdropping though.
Yeah, that's a rough way to go. You're blowing your opportunity, it feels, and all of a sudden things get real difficult for both players. What is OSW built?
Oh my god, OSW, what is this funneling? What are you doing? You can't ice spin that.
That was probably one of the more ridiculous ends to a round I've ever seen. But
that was so frantic for OSW trying to get that quad in, but the kick system just wouldn't let him.
Yeah, I mean, we even have SRS Plus. If you can't spin it in with that, like, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah. OSW trying to make it out, and he's just being...
Wait, he's fine, he's fine.
Oh, whew. Okay, thank God for that double quad from OSW, but Jin is constantly back-to-backing.
Jin can't live that. It's over. And
yeah.
We're tied up at 4-4.
This is looking about as close as what we had from the last match, especially with speedy players and passive playstyles. Jin, of course, misdropping once again. OSW with the MS2 doesn't go for the PC, all thanks to that one tiny little annoying bit of garbage.
I love that little bit of tank from Giant, trying to get a little more aggressive, finding the right timings to cancel out with. But can you cancel out the red-hot tidal wave of OSW finally taking the lead in this set for the first time?
At 4.4 PPS, OSW just not having it with this disadvantage, just wanting to take this into his own hands, and he's just turning it around in favor of him, while Jin's just looking pretty clean with this 6-3 stack. Looking trying to play as efficient as they could. After all, they are the world record sprint holder and other clients.
Yeah. Does mobile count as a client? Yeah, that's such an awkward... I hate when you clear a line and you top out. It's tragic.
That's overlap for you. And OSW taking another round, still in the lead.
Feels
with
like
this
finally the
Gamashiro.
consistency's kind of been found for OSW, and yeah, look at that. Look at that all clear. That's disgusting. 5 pieces per second. And
yep. That's another speed demon for you, OSW being able to take the tippity top of that kind of accuracy. But of course, when you're playing so fast, you tend to make mistakes like this. The one misdrop, the one setup that you so want, just OSW all of a sudden misdropping all of it, but does manage to solve it with a down stack to boot. Jin having an 8 back-to-back, unfortunately breaking it. Looks like both these players not really figuring out what else they can do here, but OSW with the down stack going back to the floor. That was some very solid digging by OSW. Now Jin is just completely full of cheese. They're going to need to find a way to get down as soon as possible, and in fact they do, especially with this greedy fractal setup. But the Dono 2 from Jin, finding a double quad. Oh!
This is such a ridiculous round, and it's going to end here, and Giant, like, even with this big disadvantage in speed, right, can still take advantage of OSW's inconsistency, and I mean, we've still got a long game ahead. You know, nothing is decided yet, and Giant proving that to us. And you know, we still have a ways to go here. OSW kind of an awkward build, gonna downstack it largely with singles. But one upside of having those really fast bursts is you can play the cheese game, and Giant kind of the victim to it right now. But oh, look at OSW's build right now. Look at
Oh
that.
my god, is he meching? Oh,
No,
never mind.
It has to cancel out with too wide, and all of a sudden on the back foot, like that's one little overcommit, right? One little mistake, all of a sudden you're in danger. OSW will use the speed to get out and will clean up the round, it looks like, but more dangerous than it had to be, for sure.
Absolutely, and OSW is really starting to get back into the groove of things still, especially with that lead. Jin is really starting to struggle a bit over time, especially with this point difference. Like 5-8, that's not much when you think about when you think about this kind of match. But considering that this is a major, yeah, you're gonna need to play out of your mind to really secure back that lead. And Jin is just ST stacking.
But it's working perfectly. Jin realizes, I think, that when OSW makes the mistake, Jin can go for what feels like anything. When that back-to-back builds up, which Jin has proven in the last set as well, that he's very capable of doing, that's really when Jin kind of finds his value, it feels like. Which, I mean, I don't know. This is, like Ben said, maybe not very traditional to his playstyle, but making it work really well against, you know, a titan of the game, but that is a tragic misdrop. And even then, I don't know if Giant could have lived that. Another
very
nice score line, and
a very nice score for both players. Let's go. And Jin misdropping that L piece, but transitions into a fractal instead.
You know, that's the upside of when you misdrop those. It's like, you know, it doesn't really matter. We're still good, you know.
Very solid alternate option by Jin. OSW still playing on that consistent high, misdropping that O piece. That might be pretty scary in the long run. But OSW with his speed, being able to fix it up as soon as he could, and I don't think that misdrop was meant to be intentional, but OSW has two more rounds.
It might have been intentional, to be honest. I think that was literally an STSD attempt with no T's in the queue and about to die, which is ridiculous greed. But it could have just been a misdrop. You know, I might be misreading that.
Oh, but look at Jin's PCs. Of course, not going to get that PC.
That's the worst feeling. You get sent that one line before you get that next PC. It's like, damn.
It's such a bugger to have, and OSW really. Oh my god, OSW barely making it out with that spike. And Jin is completely full of clean, but knowing Jin, he could be able to really use that for his benefit, because look at that spike, but OSW sends it all back. It felt like there was no damage in that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, Giant doing a great job of, like... I was gonna say, doing a great job of putting out the red hot fire. The misdrop does come in awkwardly, but everything fixed up nicely. You know, no stress. We're all good in the hood. And OSW a little bit on the ropes, doesn't manage to get a full Tetris, but Giant doesn't have anything to send really. Oh, it could be an opportunity for OSW to get out, but still awkward. Okay, it does find a stack for the time being. Oh no, that team misdrop is gonna seal it, surely! Oh my goodness, that is so awkward. And
the panic! I saw the panic. It was like, oh no, give me another team, please. I just want to live.
I know, and that's the downside of when you go for this like incredibly fast play. When you need to speed up for a down stack, that's when tragedy strikes. And
like this.
Speaking of tragedy, like OSW might throw away a 9-6 lead here. We're tied up at 9, and all the marbles to play for in these next two games. Can Giant keep streak going, make it 5 in a row, or can OSW put an end to this nail biter of a set? Big PC, but OSW doesn't even feel the effects.
I feel like there was a bit of pass through on Jin's board, but OSW is really getting a lot of room for this garbage, and he's just gonna send 22 to Jin, but Jin is not gonna let that slide, just continuously going at 3-point PPS.
Oh, look at OSW being wide. Great combo out of that, and Giant is so much cheese. This is gonna be incredibly difficult to downstack. I don't know if there's gonna be one.
Yeah. And OSW on match point. If Jin takes another round, this could be our first deuce of the stream.
Yeah, all up to Giant. A little bit of an opener misdrop. I really think the nerves getting to both these players. OSW with a ridiculous speed burst last game felt like it was going into full panic mode, but that's such a tragic way to end.
I'm fine GG's from OSW. I think how he typed it might have been very frantic. Jin looking pretty close, but couldn't get the deuce as OSW takes it 2 points ahead. What a set from both players. Oh my god.
What a scary start to OSW's tournament. Predicted to win the entire group, and now Giant putting up an incredible fight, but it didn't end up being enough. What have you got, Ben? Talk to us.
Well, whatever they're smoking, I want some of that. The heck? How do you average like 4 PPS, man? That's my sprint speed. I want to play my sprint speed in freaking multiplayer.
Oh, just wait until we get to Westall.
Honestly, freaking we finally saw Giant get pushed. That was good stuff.
Yeah, that was really incredible. I'm
This is not the same player we saw versus Berladas. This was completely different.
I
know. Had a new style, had different timings, had different replacements, you know?
So explosive.
It's all about that 100% play, and Jin is really starting to take that into his own note, and almost setting a deuce to OSW, a very, very top player, one in the top 10s, mind you, is almost an achieving feat, especially for someone like Jin, who is known for that sort of efficiency, and trying to take that is really hard if you're against someone like OSW, who is known for damage spam and speed. It's just really hard to take it, but Jin had a pretty good job of holding it down, and even had plenty of leading points in that set, because look at that. Look at that speed.
Modus, I know you play FPSs. You ever heard of Spray and Pray?
Yeah, is that what you think OSW is playing here?
Exactly.
A little bit. Yeah, I see the resemblance. You know,
I get the impression like bro just goes, and sometimes it works, and sometimes the opponent gets spiked to high heaven and out of this world, and then sometimes you whiff the entire spray and your board looks like a freaking Picasso art.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this round. It's what OSW brings to the table is ridiculous. It's disgusting.
Oh, it's this
These
round?
kids are too fast.
No, this is the 5 PPS round. You know what I'm talking about. It's one of the later rounds. You see OSW just go all the way up, but it's not the all the way up we usually look for. It was the ice spin round.
That was a crazy round.
That's just...
Look at that pattern stacking too from OSW.
When this kid gets going, he's unstoppable. I have to say, OSW has always had the potential to become one of the best players. And the more he fixes consistency, the better he became. It was a complete linear correlation.
Can't you believe that this kid is 14? Jeez.
OSW is like one of the generational talents of the game. Like,
and that's what I've mentioned about the generation, like the diamond age of TETR, especially with these newcomers just coming into the scene and absolutely popping off at these plays and play styles and whatnot, like we've seen from like a lot of players, not just OSW, but from so many. But OSW manages to take the cake, especially when it comes to upset potential. It's absolutely insane how far we've come. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. But
either way, very good stuff from both players. Jin had a fairly close set in comparison to what he had with Berladas. About as close as we could get during the stream, because I couldn't believe it.
We were so close to the deuce. I wanted to see it. I know everyone did.
Oh,
and that was a sad way to end it. Giant just couldn't find anything. The stack was messed up, and he just choked to end it.
I mean, the good news is there's still a loser's bracket, you know?
There's absolutely a chance for this guy to come back.
You know? Yeah, like, it's definitely not over. If you can pull that out against the #1 seed of the whole event, I don't know. Or of your whole pool, sorry. And hey, maybe you can make a run through losers.
I got 2 fun facts for you before I go. First, OSW said he was code. And then he was still going 5 PPS, so, let's say this kid's not code.
Yeah.
7 PPS? 8 PPS?
Is your other fun fact that he typed nice in the middle of his game?
Especially requested by Moose. You saw the opener was delayed.
I got you. Pay attention.
He actually stopped playing the game so he could type nice. A real homie.
Nice.
Oh wait, that was Edge in chat. My
Yeah.
bad. Okay. Real homie. You gotta pay attention to these details. That's what gets you far. It's not the 7 PPS Westo stuff. It's
Yeah.
it's all in the small details, okay? OSW, keep it up, kid. We love you.
Yeah. And it looks like Adri Pro also making it through losers somewhat, so
Ooh, what a good run for
that's
Edry.
also shaping up. I mean, we've got a competitive top 4, it looks like. I don't even know if we're going to watch winners or losers next. You know, we'll have to ask production about that one. All right.
Right, but what a bracket for a lot of these players. Just OSW being so fast, and Jin, of course, being so efficient. Dormy, so adaptive, and all of these players we've seen in this bracket have been phenomenal, as I so predicted before. This has been an absolutely fun tournament to really commentate. And just seeing how they think, seeing how they act, and just really counteract the nerves, especially in a super major like this, is really warms my heart.
And once again, I think it really just speaks to how many new players are up and coming. When, if you told me like 3 years ago that a number 5 seed and a number 28 seed would have a close game in a top tournament,
Like,
I would
that
believe
is,
you.
that
Because
is,
back then, I was the 32 seed playing against the 2 seed or whatever and getting smashed, like murdered. It was over in, I'd be lucky to get, like, live for more than 20 seconds. And here we are, you know, everybody's so talented now. It's incredible. It's so cool.
It's
And-
absolutely beautiful, Harpo. Like I know I've been on a broken record about this, but knowing how far we've come, it really fascinates me how optimized this game is becoming. And knowing the future, there's going to be a lot of changes. There's going to be a lot of changes furthermore down the line, especially when it comes to Tetrio. And it's really fun to watch it as a spectator, to those who are like fascinated with high-speed block stacking, you know?
I mean, if it keeps going this way, soon we'll have 10 players who enter at any point who could win. And that's the future I'm hoping for, is most competitive landscape yet, you know? And, you know, we're well on our way there. It's really exciting to see.
Right. Right. So before we move on to our next match, I would like to transition it to Edge, host of the stream, giving a bit of ads real quick. Not Twitch ads, Tetrio ads or Tetris related ads. But of course, we are going to get started. First off, Absolute Showdown, the TGM2 tournament happening on Fightcade, and of course, you can always donate for incentives too. For $500, you can be able to get the TGM documentary. And of course,
It's a crazy logo.
Like, this is absolutely beautiful. I've seen some nutty TGM related works like before, but this really takes the cake, especially at this time of day. But to those who are interested into TGM or are TGM players, you can be able to sign up for the Absolute Showdown on November 15th, 12 p.m. EST, 6 p.m. CET, 2 a.m. JST at Team TSD on Twitch.tv. It's a really interesting way to take this advertisement to. And of course, our next event, which of course we have said so much before, but our upcoming LAN tournament, Snow is Infinite 2024, powered by Hitbox, on January 5th and 6th, 2024, which also, by the way, after the tournament, we will have our 2024 Stacky Awards located in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, at the Invictus Games station. Of course, you're going to be able always to sign up. This has been really fun to see a lot of Tetris-related LAN events so far, and to those who are willing to sign up and travel to compete in Tetris seriously, you can always sign up to Snow is Infinite, powered by a Hitbox as always. And
hey, I mean, we watched OSW, right? That is a LAN demon. OSW will farm every tournament he can get to, and I think Snow is Infinite might be one of them. So,
I mean, we've seen him in WPL like this year. We don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be some strong results.
yeah, I mean, it's so cool to see so many LAN events too, right? Like, our first LAN ever for Guideline of any kind was, what, 2021? And now here we go. We're having one of the off season with an award ceremony. Like,
it's just
awesome.
you think that's not enough Tetris? Think again. We got a lot of you coming there for some premier, top tier, high level block stacking. I am absolutely thankful all of this is happening.
Yeah.
I need a drink. If you don't mind me, Modest Tomato, I'm going to refill.
You have my blessing.
I'll be right back.
Incredible stuff. I know Edge was saying something about a break. If that's happening, then now's probably the best time. Seems like it makes sense. But, oh, yeah. You know, that's probably smart. I mean, I can keep talking. I can always talk about Tetris. You know. See, now I don't even know if I'm on or not. That's crazy. I'm gonna assume I'm off, you know. And if I knew I was gonna say, look, if I'm on, then it's really funny, so it works out. But yeah, thank you, Doug. And yeah, I don't know. It's so exciting, you know. Dormy OSW winners finals. Most likely Giant, Adri Pro in loser semis. It could also be a Gar in there, not out of the tournament yet. And yeah, I mean, with that being said, I'll also probably grab a drink. You can have a break from my yapping, and we'll be back soon with our next game.
Be good.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, it definitely seems like you're back as well, Modest Tomato.
Yep.
Whew.
And with that being said, slowly but surely, we're gonna get into winners finals of this pool. With, as far as you know, unless some crazy miracles happened, OSW and Dormy, and bound to be a good one.
Absolutely. And I feel like we've seen this matchup before plenty of times, have we not? Dormy and OSW, eh? 21 seed versus 5th seed. But even though both of these players are relatively strong, OSW still has the upper hand and could potentially take this into a grand final spot if they choose to. Well, I wouldn't say grand finals. Would it be grand finals of Group E, more like?
Yeah. I mean, it's still, in a way, a grand finals of its own, given how talented these players are. But Dormy OSW, I don't know their recent history, but It's gonna be fire.
Yeah, and funny thing is, the only thing that these two have in common is the games they play, which is quite literally everything, dude.
Yeah, checks out. Well, OSW, I'd say maybe more of a tech guy, where Dormy more of a PPT guy, but I mean, you know, they're gonna go crazy today. No surprise.
Yeah. And of course, we have seen both of these players.
Yeah, I'm wondering how is like Dormy's got that 3.3 PPS going for him. How is that going to stack up against the OSW Fire? You know, that's what I'm trying to find out. So, yeah. Hey, I mean, top 2 are going to move on, as far as I understand, to top 16. And so whoever wins this is guaranteed a spot in the top 16. And whoever loses only has to win 1 to guarantee a spot in the top 16. So this very well could be our 2 that advance. Unless Adri or Giant can make a nice loser's run. But yeah, that being said, I think about time.
Yep. And
show.
definitely looks like we're still waiting on OSW. Dormy seems to be back, but I don't think I've seen OSW yet.
OSW's around, you know. We'll get there evenally.
Yeah.
There you go. OSW's here.
Oh, he's panicking. He's just like, am I playing? Am I playing?
Yeah.
I forget this is a big tournament, but we are going to get started, though. Dormy versus OSW in our warm-up round. We haven't had one in a while, have we not?
I think we did literally 2 games ago. It's just we've had 2 such crazy sets since the last warm-up game that it feels like an eternity. But, I mean, damn. This is a pretty sick way to go, I'm not gonna lie.
Indeed, and Dormy is really making use of that APM, and very good TST find by Dormy, sending a lot to OSW. That's so much cheese, and the back-to-back pressures from Dormy gonna continue it with the dono afterwards, and OSW is still hanging on, not too threatened, but has a lot of clean. Dormy breaking back-to-back eventually.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta when you're so much slower, but...
Yeah, but that 29 spike to OSW, but Dormy ain't gonna have it, though.
Well, this is... Yeah, Dormy okay. OSW, a little cheese at the bottom, but maybe you can get the win in time, and that's what's gonna happen. Warm-up to OSW, but a warm-up's a warm-up. So...
Get your Pog SWs out in the chat, folks, because we're going to see quite possibly the highest seeded set of the group. Dormy, King of France versus OSW, King of Speed. Or, I'm sorry, Prince of Speed, my bad. And it's going to be quite a fun match indeed.
Yeah, and, you know, here we go, baby. Let's see what both of them have in the tank for us today.
You know, gotta bring back the old running joke. But OSW is in the big tournament. There's no time for funnies. But either way, both of these players looking pretty strong. Dormy having a pretty solid back-to-back lead. Gonna have to break it.
Yeah, I mean, Tetris does have their own little memes. Oh, that is such a sad misdrop. That's probably gonna cost the round. Yeah. Yeah.
But OSW takes the first round in stride. Not a bad start for the kid himself.
That's a good way to get things going, but you know, we're just at the start of the set.
You love to see it. You love to see
very mirrored.
Yeah, the double MS2 from both players, but OSW has so many blocks, but I think that's one too many.
That's the downside, right? Is OSW kind of goes a little overboard sometimes, and when Dormy, like Giant, can put out the fire, all of a sudden you're left with rubble, you know, and you don't want to be reduced to rubble in this kind of tournament because it's for all the marbles. Nice perfect clear, but no big deal, you know.
Yeah, but
that eye misdrop could be a big deal. Oh, that's another eye over the garbage hole. This is really awkward, and that's a big pickup for Dormy.
Oh, poor OSW. That's one eye misdrop don't many. And OSW's gonna have to rely on 6-frame once again. His one and true strat. While Dormy, oh boy, that's a very eye-heavy board on the left, but Dormy just has so much damage. Look at that double quad.
That's perfect timing from Dormy, but it won't be enough. OSW able to survive for the time being, but won't be able to stay alive long enough. Dormy picks up a third.
Oh my god, OSW is starting to struggle a lot in this matchup right now, but like what we've seen with the Gian match, it then looks like OSW is able to really get back on their feeding like right now, because Dormy has a lot of clean that OSW sent, but OSW can really send it all the way back, all thanks to his speed. And the 10 back-to-back, that's a lot of damage, but Dormy down stacking all the way down. OSW is really...
Yeah, like, look at that cheese. It's scary cheese. The good news is OSW's got the speed to back it up. Don't do this, Dormy. Okay, thank you for skimming. You could not have gotten a DT there.
Oh my god. But the misstep from OSW, but still managed to fix
OSW's got it. OSW's got it. No panic at all. Never worried. Never afraid. Dormy have the T in time? Yeah, okay, he does. I'm surprised Dormy's canceling as much as he is. I mean, maybe that was just a one-off interaction, but, you know, I feel like Dormy has been doing really well from tanking the clean and then sending the clean. That's an awkward dependency. Does fix it on Dormy's end. Love that STSD from
OSW with the oh my god, OSW with the SDPC indeed. And what's OSW planning? Oh dear. Oh, they're gonna count the 4, but still continues to back-to-back. Are we gonna get a 24? Are we gonna get a 24?
Dormy's still alive somehow.
Oh, we're gonna get a 24 with the cup copy too. We are gonna get
25.
a 24.
How is this pressure still continuing? I can't believe finally the back-to-back broken, and somehow Dormy able to survive the storm. We're now a minute and a half into this game, and somehow nobody's emerged victorious, even though it has been probably one of the more intense games yet. So much cheese now on OSW's board, and the misdrop. This is Dormy's chance to finally take it home here.
Oh my god, OSW is really starting to hang on so far. This is so many mistakes.
ST stack.
What is that spin?
And yeah, vive la France on this round, because Dormy will take a 4th. I can't believe that Dormy survives the nearly 30 back-to-back, the storm, and, you know, when you weather the hurricane, you know, all of a sudden,
God,
you go crazy once more.
OSW is really starting to struggle a lot right now, especially against someone like Dormy, who is known for their high power consistency when they so see it. And it definitely looks like Dormy is really using that pretty strong, despite being fairly high. But
look at that burst from Dormy. That's, you know, sometimes that little bit of extra speed is what you need to live, and Dormy doing a great job at that.
You can definitely see OSW taking a lot of time to get some sort of pressure to Dormy, but Dormy is just doing it for him. This is...
Oh my god, both of them so clean right now. I can't believe that Dormy's almost living this.
Oh my god!
OSW working so hard to take a second round.
This is looking pretty bright for OSW with that second point on their boot. And they're still keeping up the back-to-back momentum. Gonna have to break it a bit. And it definitely looks like both of these players not too threatened, but Dormy on the other hand... Dormy on the other hand still lives that. Very good down stack too by Dormy. OSW gonna need to clean themselves up.
That's the explosiveness of OSW, can put Dormy in those positions, but if that's all you have, it's not enough. You need to have the consistency to back it up, and Dormy doing a great job at waiting out OSW for the mistake like a panther on some prey, but that's a nice PC to start this round.
Ooh, fairly solid dono by Dormy. OSW is starting to play faster than before, but he's playing so fast he might end up wrecking himself into a tree.
Yeah, I mean, no. Speed is like being a wrecking ball, right? It's wild, it's uncontrollable, and sometimes it can absolutely hammer an opponent. But when it doesn't, it hammers you. And, you know, becoming that wrecking ball is pretty much as volatile as you can get in this game. Dormy on the ropes does find the double Tetris, double quad, And still look at this down stack. That's perfect survival from Dormy. This is how you beat a player like OSW.
Oh,
this
these
kind of
solid
survival
plays
and
from
again
Dormy.
waiting out the mistake and pouncing.
Dormy is just really amping up the attack speed altogether, and OSW is having a really hard time trying to keep up the pace, and Dormy is just waiting. He's just keeping it slow, but when you keep it slow, you tend to forget about one thing, and that's just keeping it clean, but Dormy's just back at it. It's all
Yeah,
about
no big punish from that little mistake from Dormy, and all of a sudden, you know, it's a pretty even game. Dormy a little bit of awkward cheese, but it's not, you know, it's not round defining just yet.
Also,
But OSW's cheese might be round defining. That was a really awkward down stack, but does make it work. And now Dormy, the one pushed up.
oh, the
Great
17
down stack,
spike.
and look at how clean this board is too. Oh my god,
Oh,
that
look at
has
the
to be a
damage
round
to
ender.
combo.
Yeah, that's ridiculous from Dormy.
Also, real quick, Ed just hit us up with a dono. Shout out to Terrabank for $1,000! Dude, a prize pull. That is an insane amount of money, especially for a super major like this one. Shout out to Terrabank for the 4-digit dono.
Harrowbang, a real one, old school legend. Doesn't get enough recognition in my opinion, so big love.
Oh my
That being said,
goodness.
Dormy trying to make out like a bandit with that grand because, holy.
He wants that grand. That's Ren's money, by the way. Like, holy, this kid
Yeah.
is living the life if he never gets it.
Yeah, but I mean, OSW is just one challenger to get through, and you gotta get through him first. He will not let you go for free.
Oh my goodness, OSW is starting to get to that comeback potential despite being 5 points behind of Dormy. But Dormy is not too threatened by this kind of pressure, especially when looking for these setups. He's just SD stacking at this point. Does
Yeah,
manage
I mean-
to get the quad too.
If Dormy right timed right, and if you can time your ST stack right, it's not the most unsafe option, especially in this universe where everyone is just sending garbage so fast. Look at that spike, but OSW gonna be fine. You know, the exclamation marks on your board isn't always bad, but here it is
Oh
for
my
Dormy. And
God!
OSW with the great reversal.
Oh, that was a beautiful turnaround for OSW, starting to creep back up, and of course, like with the John match, gonna have to get back to the groove of things. But they're being sent so high with the 6-3 that Dormy just sent so much PC garbage, but OSW just sends it all back. And now Dormy's in
Dormy
trouble. He
living
just
this?
couldn't.
Oh, I think me actually might have been able to live that. That's crazy.
We might be able to see another comeback from OSW, as we so see from his gameplay. This is looking pretty troublesome for Dormy. The speed gonna have to sacrifice in favor of this board. Gonna send a PC, but what was OSW's board?
That was an awkward misdrop, and Dormy, like, even if OSW, you know, has been starting a bit of a comeback, but even if Dormy can just find 2 more of those little small mistake rounds, that's all it takes. OSW once again at the top of the field, but not as bad a position as last round, does escape.
OSW is just
Look at that! Look at
trying
that
to
spike!
build it
That
up.
is.
Woohoo!
Dormy might be out! I can't believe you found that down stack under this pressure! Are you kidding me?
How does Dormy live that?
I can't believe
Excuse
that.
me?
And turns the entire round around. That is a disgusting down stack. I have never seen anything like it.
Oh my god!
Group stage, ladies and gentlemen.
How is this not grand? How is
I know.
That was beautiful! And Dormy might be able to take it. How do you come back from this if you're OSW?
That feels like the nail in the coffin. I mean, we'll have to see what this turns into, but Dormy looking to punch a ticket in that top 16.
Oh no! OSW!
Oh, but
OSW.
Dormy also with a big team misdrop can clean
Oh no,
it
I think that might be it, that
but
might be it, that might be it. Oh,
OSW's okay. Still in there, still in there. No big deal. All right, access the clean well. This is the reversal.
Oh,
All right,
okay,
10-6.
okay.
OSW still alive.
the panicking from OSW. He's just really gonna need to keep that up. Dormy is 1 point away from securing a grand spot. And OSW needs to play out of his mind to get it back to his favor,
Another all clear. The good thing is OSW does live it, and it also cancels out the second all clear.
Oh my god.
You know, that's the
I am
upside of the clean
shaking.
garbage. Yeah, this is a ridiculous match, but it might be coming to a close soon. Dormy, great down stack. OSW right at the bottom of the field. No big pressure. Oh, that's a big misdrop for OSW, but gets it under control. Reins it in before it gets too dangerous.
Oh, I don't think Dormy's about to put it that way, but OSW is still playing with a lot of clean. Look at that 6-3. This is the one strength that he's most known for. It's so scary when you see it.
Oh, that's a
but
great
Dormy-
spike, though, and OSW with the overstack. And the explosiveness of Dormy will secure a spot in the grand finals of Pool E and in the top 16.
Oh, what a way to end it. Dormy securing the Group E grand spot as OSW gets sent into losers finals. Oh, that was so rough for OSW, but he still held up a good fight.
And
Oh, God.
get my
Ben.
man Ben on the mic.
Ben,
Ben,
Ben.
talk to us.
Ben, talk to it. Talk about it.
I got statements for you, just like that statement went from Dormy we got you. I'm sorry. But anyway,
Ben, you could be better than that, man. I've seen your work, man.
dude, okay, usually Dormy is the wild card, but then we freaking have OSW, and this guy is so wild, you never know what's going on, and that's why this guy is, like, impossible to anti. Like, what do you do against someone who just randomly pops up at 5 PPS? What do you do?
Well,
Play like Dormy, of course!
yeah, you just play perfect, I guess. Find the most miracle downstack of all time, too. What a ridiculous match from Dormy, and what a way to punch your ticket as one of the first players in the top 16.
That's definitely a very deserved qualification. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Dormy keeps saying that he's not a fan of playing fast players, but I gotta say, this guy's learned all the anti-strats, man. Like,
You
that.
have to, right? If you're playing at this speed, you need your answer, right? And Dormy clearly has the answer, at least against OSW in this case.
Exactly, like, we saw Dormy versus Adrian. I think Dormy just, like, I think Adrian ripped off a bit on Dormy, honestly, because look at all those counter spikes that were happening this set. Dormy was
ridiculous.
always so safe, but also always had something to send, and that's the best way to play against fast stridey players like OSW. OSW doesn't have the biggest spikes all the time, and Dormy was just able to control the garbage reception so well, always have something to cancel with, and always also have something to spike with. So every time OSW misdropped, it was punished. It was so well played all the time.
The approach was just so good. Dormy just overcame the speed gap by almost using it to his advantage.
I know, right? When your opponent gives you lemons, you make lemonade, I guess. And
So
boy,
many, like,
Dormy was
matches-
cooking!
Yeah, I know. It was ridiculous. I mean, so many of these matches, it feels like just by de facto, right? If you're the faster player, you're setting the pace. But Dormy turning that on its head, and a resounding statement.
Also, congratulations for getting the freaking clip of the tournament, Dormy.
Yeah, that
So far, I mean,
comeback-
for day one,
that
you never know.
comeback was
That
the
was
best
ridiculous.
comeback that I've seen in all of TETR history.
Just this tournament. That's the clip of this tournament. There might be more. I
Well,
know
we
it's
just
day
may never
one.
know, but so far, that was like, I was on the edge of my seat. I was like, no way he lives this.
I had nice already typed in chat. That was literally like, I think it was 5 to 9. Dormy was like dead, and I already typed nice. I was about to hit enter, and then Dormy just hits the best survival I've
It
seen
was
this tournament.
incredible. I can't wait to watch this replay because
It's soon. It's very soon. I gotta see this again because I still can barely believe it. Dormy also just typed 1 in chat after it, because who the heck expects to hit that clip?
Can't wait to see that on Dormy's channel.
Honestly, Dormy, post that. That's freaking content. That's a short right there.
That is beautiful. Like, my oh my.
yeah, that's-
OSW is really unpredictable. Just like find spikes everywhere. It's a very different playstyle from AG, who, you know, either sends a
Yeah, like,
massive
watch.
spike or no spike.
This is
But
the
here we
round,
go.
right?
Okay, look at this.
We
Look
should-
at this one.
Oh, it's about to. We're about to hit the
yeah.
clip.
No.
the clip of the tournament. Oh, the miss drop, the SP's miss
So
drop, and then
smart.
OSW with the
It's
23
so
spike.
perfect.
Dormy's
Oh, I love the
dad.
slow-mo production. We love this out of you.
It's like
Oh my goodness.
it's like
Such
just
an
when you thought it was
incredible
over. Just when you thought it was over, Dormy just whipped out the wildest of cards in his deck. Like that was modern art right there.
Yeah, that was a grotesque clip. Like, wow. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see anything quite like that again anytime soon. But
I wouldn't hold my breath. This is the first day, like you said.
Yeah.
We're gonna see more, so stick around for more tournaments as I've handed back to comms, and we're gonna head into our next match soon.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I know it can be tough. I know matches like this can be tough, but even then, that was one of the best sets that we've seen so far. What a
Yeah.
close game to both players, and of course, Dormy taking the top 16 spot of the tournament, while OSW has to really make it into an insane miracle to secure it himself.
Well,
But-
first of all, we're gonna see who OSW's opponent is gonna be, Giant or AdriPro, and I mean, who have you got for this one? Because both of them had such close sets against OSW and Dormy, and both of them just barely fell short. Looking for their redemption run against OSW, who have you got in this matchup?
What, in losers?
Yeah, we got AdriPro and Giant. So who you got?
Well, Adri's more consistent. Jin is more efficient, so... I feel like Adri works more with a lot of setups. Jin is really well to maintaining a lot of damage in back-to-back. He is most known for his efficiency. I mean, look at his APP. Like, how can you not be impressed by it? Not to mention,
Yeah.
like, Jin, of course, being a well-rounded sprinter, is like, it's really hard to compete if you're Adri, who's someone that prefers to be slower, slightly slower, but not as powerful as Jin, but who knows where this is gonna go.
It could go either way. I mean, the seeding says one thing. Giant has had a closer match so far, or against the opponent they lost to. But I think at the end of the day, we'll just have to see for ourselves. And no warm up,
Absolutely.
it looks like.
We are just gonna get straight into it. Of course, both of these players speed running the TWC event, and Jin. Jin is having
That's
a hard time
rough
with defending
start, but
too.
can be fixed. Can be fixed. We're just starting out. It's all good,
Yeah, but Adri with the misdrops though, that's gonna look
Oh,
pretty
and
tough.
Jin
But he
can
does.
maybe find the down stack.
Ooh, Adri with the recovery. Jin is gonna play it pretty flat and low, but Adri with the down stack. That's a bit of cheese into Jin, but Jin just doesn't care. Definitely looks pretty alright for the time being. Nothing too crazy. Adri with the extra T overhang. Very interesting by them. But that is
And
enough to
that's
secure it.
Probably the end, yeah. Not even the sub 200 cheese can dig Jin out of that one. And Adri gonna take a big first round.
Jin going for PCO. Adri going for stick spin. He did it to Dormy this time. Let's see if it works for Jin. But Jin
oh
just
my
doesn't
god, the
care.
Tetris to perfect clear. And another one. Doesn't find a fourth? Everyone's
It's
so
not
good
exactly a
these days.
fourth.
Oh my goodness. It's
Ooh,
just so
Adri
well
with a
done.
good
Looking for
recovery.
another PC? Okay, doesn't
Oh
find
yeah,
it.
I think that eyepiece misdrop doesn't.
Oh no,
Doesn't
the
secure it.
T-spin misdrop, and all of a sudden the round turned on its head!
Oh my god, Jin!
With the perfect opportunity entirely squandered. That is a really sad way to lose a round.
Oh my god, Jin! He had it, but Adri just turned it around in his favor. All it takes is some very unfortunate mistakes. Adri not going for the PC, and Jin is just struggling a lot. This is very nerve-wracking for Jin, but still
okay,
trying
though.
to get them around.
The upside is, when you're not dead, usually there's a big counter spike inbound. And now, we're back even Stevens. There's, Jin still has every opportunity to win this round, and this is a big one because you don't want to be down 3-0. Doesn't generally bode well. I'm no expert, but
Ooh, very, Very solid pressure. Very solid pressure by Adri. Gonna have to power stack a bit for another T-spin. Jin with the 14 spike down stack. But Adri is still living. I don't think that's enough to secure Jin.
Big field, but now Jin with the clean garbage. Gonna convert it as well. They're not the biggest attack, so everything's still okay on both boards. Adri, little misdrop, fixes up quickly though. And look at the stride through the garbage. That misdrop should seal it. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. I got a little scared there. I didn't want another Dormy round 2.
Ice was gonna nah. But Jin does take it. I really like his T-spin continuation. Gets another one in advance, and Jin's going for SDPC. You love to see it. SDPC spin versus stick spin. I love the meta. Oh, but the misdrop from Jin though, I think.
Oh, but Adri's so high. Oh yeah, the misdrop was the difference. If Adri had been 1 or 2 lines higher, the round would have flipped the other way. But great job just surviving the storm and then exploiting the misdrop.
And we go for it again. I don't think I saw it again. I don't think I saw the stick spin. Or if there was, I probably might have missed it. But Jin is just playing pretty solid with his back-to-back chain.
It's just clean stuff. No one's really in any major danger. It's just, you know, another relaxed game, pure old friendly Tetris.
Yeah, seeing who has the bigger guns in this situation, you know? More powerful, the better.
Yeah, I mean, both of them pretty powerful. This might be a chance for Jin to capitalize.
Especially with a bit of skimming from Adri, it definitely looks like it's going to be a bit of effort to really send some, but Jin's going to send it all the way back. This is so much clean for Adri. Very good kiting continuation, going to be able to continue the back-to-back into 6, 7, 7, 7?
7, 8? Oh no, that was broken apparently. But
that is already decent damage for Jin.
That's it.
I mean, for
Adri. Get the O over. That's always a tragic way to die when you have the solution and you just can't get this over, but
Jin is just not looking so fortunate right now. They're in loser's bracket, not to mention going against Adrian, one that's known for his speed. Jin with the efficiency is gonna have to really do a lot of work to really tie this up. And
nice
Adri is just
multiplier, but he's just like, look at this clean well. It's all just ammo in the gun.
Oh yeah, that's what you love to see if you're Adri, because look at the back-to-back chain, gonna break it, but still, that's relatively decent.
And Jin is gonna need like a weird Thresh spin to fix that, and won't find it in time. Wait, the cheese,
Ooh, very good.
Gotta hurry up. Okay, okay, and I think it's out now. Yes, great quad completion, and we're back in the match. But wow, what a ridiculous way to go! What a way to clutch out a round.
Really solid counter forward by Jin as well. That was beautiful.
It was a necessary round. A round all the same, and it will pick it up and keep this match balanced somewhat.
Very good weight by Jin. Gonna down
look
stack
at these
a bit.
Down stacks. I love the little combo extension.
Especially if you're someone that relies on setups like Jin, it's really starting to pay off, and the down stacks too!
Great multiplier from Jin. I can't believe Adri's still alive though. Look at this well. This is so deadly.
God, Adri had to tuck in the O piece in order to really get that T-spin to work. But they're still being pressured a lot, while Jin is just going off scot-free with this board, because he might transition into something clean, but the iFun are going to have to delay it a bit in order for them to get back to ground, but that looks like they're going to get to it immediately, while Adri is just playing it clean, you know, the T-spin 0. Not too damaging, but hey, gotta work with it somehow, but they're still pretty high on the board. Oh boy.
Both of them are like, they're just very back and forth. We passed the minute mark, and you know, it's still the entire game up in the air.
Definitely looked like Adri could have gone for that TST continuation, but chooses to rely on safety more than damage, but that's already too late. Jin taking the third point.
Alive. And, you know, all of a sudden, what looked it might be a little bit of a sweep is starting to become a really close game.
Yet another one in this bracket. We've seen so many of these. This is a beautiful group that we've seen so far. And
Almost.
okay.
So close. One line away from survival. The thinnest of margins are deciding these rounds.
The bag RNG not in Jin's favor. Adri still taking the lead pretty strong. Even with this TKI that they so desperately built with the misdrops. Not looking fortunate for them.
It might be okay for Adri. Did unfortunately get the PC canceled by a last second line from that slightly messy stack from Adri, so could still find a way out of this. Jin's doing a great job keeping the pressure up, but Adri just able to use that clean garbage, and now is sending it right back to Jin. Jin the one on the back foot now, but now we're kind of in a bit of a scramble situation. Both players on the ropes a little bit.
Ooh.
Jin pushed all the way up.
Oh no, but the misdrop from Jin.
I don't know if the line was coming. That misdrop made the difference, but that's a rough way to go out. And I mean, it's now or never for Jin. Just gotta make it happen.
Yeah, if you're Jin, you probably don't want to end up making a single mistake, even if your entire round is on the line. It's just really hard to maintain all of these nerves and just release them in favor of turning it around, but ooh, Adrian,
I feel like playing a little nervous, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, pulling the nerves together, you know? I think, you know, at least with the slowness comes confidence in the down stack, but is that confidence going to be enough?
Yeah, Adrian playing...
sending those spikes.
Adri playing out of his mind. Jin is really starting to fumble so much with this matchup, as Adri's just sending so much clean. Look at the setup. Gonna have to delay the T-spin a bit. Not even gonna get it at all. Gonna have to send another one later. Jin is just clearly trying to keep his mind focused onto the game, trying to not make too many mistakes.
Jin picking up a lot in speed now. I think that might be the path forward for Jin. So we'll have to see how this new change in strategy works out. But as I say that, slowing down a bit.
Yeah, both these players are trying to take their time and, you know, try to not make, like, a lot of options that could severely overwhelm them in decision making. But Jin clearly waiting for a setup. Ooh. And that's some pretty strong macro game by Jin. Adri is now being sent so high, it's really hard to recover.
Good conversion from Jin. Finds the weakness and punishes. But can he stay alive?
That's a good question. Of course, he's gonna need to play insanely well in order to secure a tie.
This is a rough start to a round 2, and Adri just capitalizing quickly on a little bit of an opener mistake from Jin. That is a difficult round to swallow.
Oh, Adri making a bit of a mistake here. Oh, Jin is just getting away with this MS2. I think that was MS2.
See, at this point, I've just given up.
Actually,
openers. Like, I don't know them anymore.
Oh, very good cut
that is incredible, by the way, from Jin.
Jin really secured that set, but Adri seemed to be greeting for that cut copy, but Jin was already adding enough pressure to punish Adri just for that alone. Like, Adri being sent so much, that's just a lot of clean garbage from Jin's PC, but Jin is just really starting to look for more.
It does, like, find some downstack, though. It might not have been the best. It works somewhat. This cheese is really difficult to get through, and the pieces are not favorable.
Yeah, this is pretty unlucky for Jin. The lead for Adri is just really nerve-wracking. We might be able to see a loser's elimination from someone like Jin, who is just really starting to try to play to the best they can, but the DPC going to be denied by Adri's downstack spike. Oh god,
look
Jin.
at the garbage on the board. Like, it's really difficult to work with.
STSD! The misspin STSD from Adri, that could have been so much damage. Oh, and the misdrop SPs. Jin is going to need to punish fast.
I think Jin will have this. This is a really difficult downstack. Yeah.
The reverse nice. I called that a Enic. I called it an Enic.
Yeah.
But
who knows
either
if
way,
catch on. But anyway,
but either way, going back to the match, Adri, ooh, looking pretty strong with that 21 spike, but Jin can really counter that so easily.
Yeah, it's still, you know, like Jin could still make it out of here alive. This is a big down stack for the tournament life, but should come out of this alive, and this is going to be a big well to work with. Let's see what comes out of it. Oh, not even used to its fullest potential, but that misdrop from Adri could seal the deal here. 9-7. All of a sudden, this win in a little bit of doubt. Jin made a 6-9 comeback, even to 9-9 earlier. Can he do it again?
As a matter of fact, it seems like it. Washing machine. Oh. No washing machine for Adri. I think that might be punishable if he didn't choose it, but it definitely seems like Adri is still playing pretty safe, but the pressure from Jin is already overwhelming Adri, but Adri doesn't seem to care.
Adri's alright. Adri's got a great stack as well. Oh my god.
Actually, this is a beautiful stack.
T-spins. That's... Oh, but the misdrop is so awful in this scenario.
God, no. Oh no, Adri. Oh no, Adri. That was cool, but what was the execution?
Crawling his way step by step to a comeback here. And Adri might be crumbling a little bit. That's another misdrop from Adri.
Got the nerves. Very good mini continuation by Adri. Jin is starting to play flat and clean, but he's just being so overwhelmed by all this garbage. But does that really matter all that much? Are we gonna get a deuce if it happens? This is either anyone's game. It's just it's absurd.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got to stay in the moment, and Jin and Adri just back blow for blow, punch for punch. Not a hair separates these two competitors right now.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Adri is looking to fix this very jaggedy board. Not exactly jaggedy, but misdroppy.
Misdrop, but I don't know if it'll be punishable in time. Doesn't look to be the case.
Really.
And now this garbage well. Let's see what comes of it.
Jin is looking pretty strong with the 6 streak. Gonna have to break it and transition into 7-2 instead. But still, pretty safe for Jin for the time being. Adri is trying to look to punish it. Definitely seems like he's doing the best he can. And
Jin waiting. I love this wait. Can Jin make something happen? Great spike!
Oh, but solid recovery by Adri.
But the misdrop from Jin is so sad! Jin played that to perfection, saw the opportunity, took it, and nearly pushed Adri above the line just to fall apart right at the end. It's
How many of these?
Sad.
How many of these comebacks are we going to get? And Jin is just desperately PC spamming in order to secure another one, and Adri's still misdropping.
How is Adri still alive right now? I
have no idea.
Okay, that surely seals it, right? Surely?
Nope,
Surely?
nope, not yet.
Surely, wow, the survival is ridiculous, and all of a sudden, Jin's hopes kind of going up in smoke. But one more chance. One more chance.
Can we get a deuce in
Jin
TWC 2023? Can we? Put your prayers in chat. Can we get ourselves our first deuce?
I think Jin will put it together. It's 10-10. The comeback all the way, and we've got a tie game.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first deuce of TWC 2023, Adri Pro versus Jin. It's anyone's game. Let's see how this goes. Efficiency versus speed. I don't know where this is going to go.
Could go quite literally anywhere. I guess we'll just have to find out. Jin kind of pushed up a little bit to the top of the field. Should have a down stack here. All right, pressure slowing down a little bit from Adri. You can't keep that up forever. And Jin with a great board, but probably is going to wait for a better opportunity to make a committed strike. This might be that opportunity. That's really a big attack.
Cancel from Adri. Adri barely making it out alive. This is so scary. And
Jin
is
with
making all
the
these
greedy T-spins. And the greed pays off. 11-10. Is the comeback going to happen in overtime?
Can Jin make this comeback possible? Can he make this upset happen? I don't know.
Time will tell, but Jin is in a place to do it right now, though being sent up the board.
And
it
of
looks
course
like we're
not.
tied back up 11-11. The game continues. Adri Pro saying, I'm not done yet.
And also for the first time in TWC, our first double deuce of the tournament. Oh dear.
I mean, who knows what's going on in the other group? But,
either way, it's. I mean, it's
can't be much
streamed in the
crazier than
group.
this.
Oh god, I mean, we've seen some stuff before, but not to this extent.
The misdrop. Look at Adri's board right now. So aggressive. I love this kind of stuff. Okay, Jin doing a great job at surviving, though. Keeping in the game.
Very solid. Oh, very solid dono
Big
by
stack from
Jin.
Adri. Could make something of it.
Oh, this is looking good for Adri. Look at that high
Jin with
continuation.
a great defense maneuver and stays alive. It's we're still tied, but Adri with the misdrops, it's potentially punishable for Jin, but slowing down a little bit, but not slowing down enough. Jin again, another match point.
Please don't let this be a triple deuce, I swear. And Adri is going to continue with the stick spin to probably secure
another
chance.
2PC for Jin.
Jin going to get denied that DPC. That's not going to send much, Jin. That DPC is going to send so little.
It's okay. I mean, that's the risk you go for inherently with DPC, is that, you know, you might get sent a line. All right, Jin with a pretty clean board. Adri does as well. It's very even so far.
Oh, that is so greedy by Jin, the fractal.
Jin has a great stack, but Adri is doing an excellent job canceling, playing survival, and it's working great.
Uh-oh. Oh, but Adri manages to cancel it. Saves the eye just in time.
Oh, now Adri with the big well. Let's see how Jin reacts to this.
I'm getting off my seat. There's no way this is gonna go any other way. Adri with the misdrops. I think Jin might be able to secure
Jin
it.
with two. He's Adri
No
on the
way.
ropes. It's
No.
over. Jin makes the comeback all the way down, claws his way back into the match, and wins it in a double deuce.
Oh,
incredible!
My God, Jin with the upset against Adri Pro out of the tournament. Jin takes loser's final spot against OSW.
Rematch time, baby. Jin timing back into that, and you know, we're gonna have to ask Ben how he did it.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's an analyst stream, man. We saw like 10 different play styles that set. I loved it.
Oh, not just that, the double deuce, man. The double deuce.
And the double deuce. There was a lot of content to analyze, and there was a lot of playstyle to analyze. There's a bit of everything. There's a bit for anyone, really. Oh my goodness. Like at the beginning, we saw Adri take an early lead just from the pure speed, and I have to say, coming in, I think I favored Adri a little bit more, just because Giant is a little less familiar with the client, coming from Jace. Also, we keep seeing Giant lag. It's very unfortunate to see that, especially at the top level. It really hurts gameplay.
Yeah.
And also, like, don't forget this second round, which to a lesser competitor would have been crushing. Giant had Adri on the ropes, misdrop at the top of the field, and chokes it.
That ties into the first observation I was going to make. Because Giant just kept missing kills for the first few rounds, and it was really frustrating to watch. Versus a player like Adri, you have to be careful not to send clean, but you also have to send. It's a very weird balance between cheesing up a counter spiker and also putting on pressure so they can't counter spike in the first place. Confidence was the theme throughout the match, and once Giant found the confidence to just put on some pressure, Adri started crumbling, and that's really what kicked off all of this comeback potential.
Like that was
holy survival.
That was in the history books right there of like TETR Super Major history. Like wow, what an insane comeback from Jin.
And so many good ideas too, right? Like towards the end of the match, realizing the only way that the kills were being found was from these big spikes, using great timing to tank a lot of clean garbage and send a massive attack back.
That's exactly the problem with playing against Adri. You can't just send. You have to spike and then cheese at the same time. Because if it's anything else, Adri's sending it all back and it's going to be twice as big as what you just sent him. AG is one of the scariest counter spikers in the scene for a reason.
Jin masters the hurdle incredibly and pulls out the win by some miracle, and we'll get the rematch.
Against
Nerve,
OSW.
Freaking infinite nerve. I don't know how he pulled it off. I would be panicking when AG got up to 9, and then Giant was just like, let me just try something else.
Yeah, and
He
it
was
worked.
cooking up something that could be set out as one of the most solid group stage matches that I've ever seen. Like, my oh my, look at the score, 8-5. Just when you think, oh, Adri's got this. Adri's got
Absolutely.
this,
Like,
right?
what a lead. He just 3 more points. Surely close it out. It's gonna happen.
Like, those were some really solid plays from both players, but it's all about the comeback that just matters a lot more. Like,
the adaptability of Giant was just insane throughout the match, going from one style to another, trying out different things. AG's unfortunately a little bit one-dimensional, but very difficult to beat still. Even if you know what's coming, you might not be able to stop the stick, you might not be able to stop the counter spikes. But Giant just kept trying different things. And that's what you have to do in that case. If something isn't working, change up, get out of your comfort zone, do something else.
And it worked a charm.
and the PCs from Jin too. Cannot forget about that. Like, goodness me.
Yeah, I mean, Jin's known the PCs for a long time, and I mean, hey, it checks out.
Like, that is a lot to say if you're someone that knows these setups to heart, and just countering all of that, like, oh, look at that score deficit.
What are these survivals from freaking... Oh, yeah. Adri's actually doing some illegal stuff right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, that unfortunate SDPC misdrop. Dude, that deuce was something. I was so ready for it the previous rounds that would have happened, but this really takes the cake. I'm amazed. I could just watch this forever, man. Look at Jin go.
For a while, it felt like it would go on
two
forever.
more sets to go, funnily enough. We've still got
boy.
OSW versus Jin, and then the winner of that in Grands of the Pool versus Dormy. And, you know, the winner of this next match, though, that's where all the marbles are. That's how you clinch your top 16 spot. And, you know, Jin OSW will happen. And, I mean, look at this momentum, right? If you come off this clutch, that's a monster pop-off, right? That's a great feeling. And OSW coming off a loss, if there's a way for Jin to reverse what happened before, this is the way.
Also, can we have a moment to mention that there was also another double deuce in Group F in the meantime?
As God intended, you know.
That was... When did the stars align to let that happen? I am at a loss for words at how, like, consistent and confident all these players are, because from what I've heard, Vince and Wessel also had a grueling match that also ended in a similar way to Adri versus Jin. Like, how do you let that happen? How do you let that happen? How do you
I'm too surprised. They're really good, you know.
It's like in this case, how do you overthrow the second best player in Peru like that? Like, that is insane.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, comebacks will happen anywhere. What matters is, can you clutch him out? And Jin was able to.
Oh my goodness, I don't know how to feel about this. Also, someone mentioned, random guy mentioned in chat, after Vince took the W in his group stage, he also got his 40 lines PP seconds later.
Yeah.
How does he do it?
I'm not supposed to be talking here, but it's nearly sub 15.
Oh my
like,
goodness.
how is that post TWC buff meant to work like that?
That's how you do it, I guess.
I'm about to leave, dude. I don't know what is happening in this tournament, dude. What is going on?
Oh, I mean, I guess
I'm in a dream.
You know, the question is, or the dream cloud's about to shatter. Will the Cinderella slipper break? Because SW is here. Put down Giant. punch a ticket into the top 16.
Two of the best players in America right now, ready to duke it out just to see who gets to take the loser side of grand finals. It could be anyone's set. Right. Anyways, we got ourselves $6.90 from ipso facto. Nice. And a free $55 donation from random guy to tip us over. It's a 2.5K in prize pool money.
So much money. It's actually ridiculous.
That is super major money right here, and it's all completely funded by the community. As we said before, always remember to donate to the prize pool whenever you can. Even if the tournament's still going, you can always have time to donate and support, and I repeat, support. You can always support the tournament scene and also the game itself, no matter what. We always appreciate it, and shoutouts to everyone who has donated to the prize pool. Like, in general, it's really appreciated, and it helps makes all of this happen. If it weren't for all of the, if it weren't for all of the offshoot like support from everyone involved, like this has been beautiful. It really says a lot how far we've come, but
yeah. But
anyways.
you know, here we are. We have the rematch of winter semis, and if Jin can make it into top 16, I'd say that could potentially be the biggest upset of the tournament, at least so far. So I mean, this one's for all the marbles.
Yeah, and as we've seen from OSW this tournament, the last time he played with Dormy, the nerves are really starting to kick in, especially for someone as young and impressionable as him. So playing against someone who is known to be efficient and trying to get that comeback potential, looks like both of these players are going to have to play so evenly. It's going to be utterly insane. Like, how do you commentate this?
I mean, the pieces do fall pretty darn fast. Jin will,
OSW with the recovery.
We gotta win, yeah. I mean, this is the warm-up, no big stress. We can, we can hang loose a little bit. OSW will pick that up. Nice little game.
Just a casual 4 PPS play by OSW. And, as we say before anything else happens, we would like to say, what does the OSW stand for? Well, the O stands for his incredible offense, the S is for his unmatched speed, and the W is for the W he's about to take, and we're about to see it happen. Jin versus OSW, efficiency versus speed, once again. Oh boy. OSW sent Jin to losers. Let's see if he can actually send them out of the tournament once and for all.
Oh my gosh, and Jin immediately applying those lessons from Adri Pro in the last set. Look at all of this timing that's being employed already. That's money. That's the counter spike. And that's what Jin is going to try and use to win this. OSW, little bit of a misdrop, but Jin not having a ton of send, but enough. A big win to start.
Also, shoutouts to TM Latam for the raid of 25. Shoutouts to the Latam community for raiding this tournament.
What a start.
Already, welcome to the perfect time to raid. We've seen OSW play out of their mind with that play. Just, that's beautiful. And Jin trying to desperately go for that STPC with the 14 spike continuation. No PC involved, that's okay. But OSW is going to take it all the way back.
OSW doing a great job staying low, was putting on the pressure. Jin a little bit of an awkward spot, but should be okay. OSW stacking pretty high, gonna put Jin under some pressure. But yeah, it's okay. No decisive moves yet. Jin barely getting the eye in time, but OSW with a massive attack, and we'll pull out the round.
Jin was known for his comeback potential in the last game, but I wonder if he's going to try to do it again. But knowing him, it's going to take it's going to be a fairly Herculean task in order to set a comeback match again against one of the best players with upset potential to 28 spike from OSW.
That was such a great attack. Like, the timing was great. the composition of so much cheese, everything about that attack was pristine. And, well, if you're Jin, I mean, it looks like the Cinderella story might end here. It's going to take a miracle to overcome this brick wall.
OSW taking a bit of meditation before his next moment, and it seems like it's paying off really well, just brushing off the nerves and just, you know, playing to the best he can. After all, like I've said, this is a major. You just gotta play to your best. And Jin is also feeling the same and just looking to find as many potentials as he wants. The forecast too, but OSW misdropping is going to secure another round for Jin.
Yeah, I mean, Jin will, you know, these are the rounds that Jin has to capitalize on, right? Because the inconsistency, that's like, it feels like the only way to beat OSW. And it's not a great win condition, all things considered. So
it's just going to need to play a lot more carefully if you're someone that's playing against OSW, who is known for their speed.
Oh, no,
and the misdrops from Jin, that is just the complete opposite of what you want in your head.
Yeah, but I mean, Jin was able to come back from a deficit last game, was able to come back from a deficit in winter semifinals. It's entirely possible that it could happen again.
Look at the damage, but OSW is not dead. He is not dead, and he's still.
How is this 9-0 stack still going? Are you kidding me?
What are you doing? What he misdropped? Will he still be able to kill him? But not yet. What?
How are they both still alive? Are you kidding me? They're both just fine now. Okay, that's cool, I guess.
How many of these are we gonna get this tournament? This is insane.
I love that little T-spin single from Jin. Kind of an awkward turnaround, but now able to access the clean, so not a big deal anymore.
A fairly solid downsec by Jin. OSW gonna need to put in a lot of work. Very good forecast by them too. He's got the STST set up in hand, but he doesn't have the pieces. He doesn't have the pieces to work with it. He's just completely wasting a lot of time.
Kind of awkward, but Jin doesn't have the attack ready to punish, so OSW still gonna be in an okay place.
OSW. Bit of an eye misdrop in the dependency, but does manage to fix it with height difference, but being able to being able to come it back. Oh boy. This is
now, it's so long of a game, and Jin has done a great job surviving so far, but where is the kill? You know, this is what Jin's been struggling with all series, is Jin's proven he can survive, but how can he get the kill? And OSW is really cheesed. This might be an opportunity. Look at this green on that C-spin and the T misdrop. Surely Jin will capitalize, but OSW is so incredibly quick that he might be out. Okay,
that was
Jin will find it.
That was almost some TAS level recovery from OSW. The greedy C-spin into misdrop into 5 PPS fix. You would never see that from other players like OSW, and Jin is still trying his best to make a good name in this match. While OSW is he's just trying to look for damage. He's trying to look for the kill.
He's got the perfect pieces, and what a massive attack. Again, when OSW has that incredible momentum, it feels impossible to stop.
Jin is just looking for all these PCs, but do you really want PCs if you're OSW?
Great work. That's big.
That was some unfortunate misdrops from OSW, and Jin is slowly creeping it back up, but OSW can still take plenty of rounds in his name.
Yeah, but remember, this is how it started against Adri, right? The slow crawl.
And that's the terrifying thing about this matchup. You don't know when Jin is gonna make that comeback potential happen, and OSW is starting to realize it soon enough.
OSW so high up, Jin unfortunately with a little misdrop, otherwise could have potentially taken another round there, but OSW still kind of on the ropes. This is an awkward board to work with, and Jin gonna capitalize, and it's getting real terrifying now for OSW. The cushion is shrinking, and this is, you know, this is where boys become men.
The RNG PC from Jin, he's gonna get another one, but OSW's not dead. OSW's not dead.
OSW sends it all back, and Jin is the one who dies. That's what 5 pieces per second will do for you.
Oh my god, the PC garbage was just fuel for the fire for OSW to just put onto Jin's grave as all those PCs. Oh my god. They were very,
Ridiculous.
very spicy, but too spicy. It's like a habanero.
Yeah.
But either way, Jin gonna do some plenty of waiting here, but
Yeah, Jin, the problem is the wait. You know, usually the waits come at a good time, opportune for an attack. Oh, Jin looking for a crazy down stack. Yeah, just hesitated so long on that, and I know, you know, the inner cheese demon in you wants to find the crazy down stack, but sometimes you just have to place the pieces, especially against the speed demon himself. And what looked to be like a bit of a comeback for Jin might be evaporating, but great stack here. Let's see what gets made of it.
oh, plenty of damage.
this
Look at
attack.
that back-to-back
Oh, that's
for
beautiful.
Jin. But OSW is not gonna get out of it, unfortunately.
That was incredible from Jin. Like the stack management and then just waiting and sending all of the attack at once. Expertly crafted. That's what it takes.
Very good SCPC pressure by Jin, but he's gonna get sent so high, but that doesn't really matter because look at the back-to-back pressure. The
Oh my
disrupt from
God.
OSW,
Jin's
that
just-
is so unfortunate.
On top of that, Jin was like 300 APM, so like kind of good.
Yeah.
Kind of a
The
big number.
The speed and the APM is what really matters to the equation. Jin lagging a bit, of course, but not really too flustered by it. But OSW's
Oh, no,
making all these
OSW
misdrops.
If anyone's flustered, it's him. And all of a sudden, we're tied up.
Not again.
3 in a row
Not again.
from Jin.
Not again. Not
And
again.
once again, looking to make the comeback on the highest seed in the group.
OSW's really starting to struggle so much. Jin is gonna make the biggest upset that OSW even had to witness for himself. Not just like the upsets that OSW take, but he's about to get upset for the first time ever if Jin keeps the pressure up.
I mean, this would be an incredible way to make a breakout statement.
What
But
the 29 spike?
speaking of
OSW.
incredible statements, Jesus, what an attack.
OSW is playing out of his mind. He's just denying that upset just completely. But the
Oh,
misdrops
but those misdrops? But
does manage to fix
yeah,
it though.
got the speed. Oh, and Jin on the ropes here.
Oh, very good
but
recovery by
great
Jin.
survival. That was huge, you know? That's the difference.
Oh my god, OSW is just sending so much. He's got a
Look at
chance.
that board at the end. If Jin had lived just a moment longer, it would have been curtains, but OSW able to pull it out in the last minute, and Jin once again, tournament life on the line. Can he force another deuce?
No way. If he actually does. But he's so scarily high. Waits the eye pick though.
I think misheld, which is really sad way to go, but should still be alive here.
Oh my god. Jin needs another eye piece, but I don't think that's gonna
No
be
down
that's gonna
stack,
be it.
and OSW, even though it looked so scary, OSW will prove why he was seated so high, why he deserves to be in the top 16.
And he takes it. What a prestige spot for OSW, the 5th seeded bracket demon. Gonna take it yet again. That was almost scary. Oh my god.
What a showing from both of them. I mean, Jin, what a breakout performance, right? Like, nearly getting top
Indeed.
16 in like the most stacked event ever. You know, kind of a big deal. And coming so close as well. Excellent. Well,
Right.
Ben, let us know, buddy.
Let
Talk
us
to
know.
us.
Why fake a comeback? Why fake a comeback, Giant? I believed. I voted Giant.
That would have been history. But Jin,
This is
unfortunately,
this couldn't happen.
taking the 3rd place spot into Group E, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter anyways because Jin had the bracket of his life, upsetting Adri into loser semis, but OSW ready to rematch against Dormy once again.
Yeah.
It's been a great run, Giant. Nice try, nice try.
Yeah,
Indeed.
it was a great run for sure, and you know, reminding people that even if you're down in the single player trenches, you can still be a big threat.
He had the momentum, but OSW was just fresh and fresh out to just get another one of those dubs. Just didn't
OSW
stop.
has that dog in him,
Uh-huh.
and you know,
At the beginning, he was just doing his best promo cosplay, honestly. Like, you see how every single attack that OSW sent is a tiny little spike. I say tiny, it's like a 15 spike. There's, like, okay, like 15 to 20 spikes. Just all the time, every single attack, it's so consistent. And because of that, Giant was overtaking pretty often, at least in the beginning few rounds. This isn't AG, it's not either a tiny spike or a massive spike. It's baby promo. Every single attack is a little scary. So you have to be very careful when you're taking attacks. And Giant took a while to adapt. But oh my, adapt he did! Because it's the fake comeback. I mean, it was fake, it's kind of sad, but it was a comeback for a while.
it looked very real, for sure.
The adaptation here was just to play a lot greedier. And we saw it from Giant when he just started setting up attacks everywhere. That's really counterintuitive versus someone like OSW, but I can confirm it's the best strategy.
Look at that round. Like when OSW can pull that out, like what do you even do?
Okay, yeah, OSW can speed
OSW
out
just
of
flips the
anything.
switch, and all of a sudden, the game is over.
Oh, I'm about to top out. Just go faster. Famous
Yup.
Firestorm coaching quote. If you're in trouble here, just play faster.
Yeah,
Well, it works for OSW, so it might work for everyone, man. Just go faster.
take notes.
The win can there really was to just get OSW out of his comfort zone, because once OSW gets going, you ain't stopping him. So you can't have him. You can't let him go. You gotta stop him. And like Giant just started playing so greedy, started setting up attacks everywhere, started putting some pressure on OSW, setting the pace. That's the most important part of winning any set. Know what you are doing more than your opponent knows. You have to always surprise your opponent. Have them be on the edge. Don't let them surprise you. Don't let them always be attacking you. Don't let yourself be too reactive. Be like Giant. Be Giga Chat for a while. Scare OSW. And don't get freaking 29 spies.
Yeah, it's like
That
what
was
even-
so unexpected.
Oh dear. Freaking out of nowhere, man. And that's the unpredictability of a really, really fast player. They can just pull that stuff out of anywhere. And that's why you cannot have OSW set the pace.
Not to mention, he is really solid at chaining a lot of back-to-back like multiplier combos. Just that's the one scary thing about OSW is he's able to see those options as fast as he could, and when he does, it's brutal. It's really brutal on the receiving end if you're someone like Jin. But either way, really solid performances from every other player. But I feel like we're about to come to a close into the Group E bracket with Dormy versus OSW once again in the
What a
grand
final
spot. Wow. We are about to witness another attempt, just OSW's second chance of redemption. Dormy may have been a solid player, tearing through the bracket with ease, but can he take it again?
Well, I mean, the upside is both of them are guaranteed that top 16 spot, so more than anything, this is for pride. But I mean, you'll take a win where you can get it, you know. And I mean, if I'm Dormy, I'm giving it my all. I'm seeing what I can put in here, and same for OSW. You know, there's pride on the line, and there's practice. You know, so yeah. Also, if you lose this, you play Vince, and it's like I don't know, you kind of don't want to play Vince. Doesn't sound like a lot of fun. Just throwing that out there. So
he's a very scary player, and that's someone you don't want to be a part of or against with, especially in bracket, because Vince has a guaranteed spot. It can play relatively close in this kind of major bracket, and with Vince securing a top 16 spot, who knows who's gonna be on the opposing end? It's either the France veteran or the American younging, like the American new generation player on the spot. I almost slipped up my words, my bad. But, whew, this is gonna be a very, very tough one for both players. They just want that top 16, and we are gonna get started into grand finals. Almost. This is a warm up. Both these players gotta get themselves familiar again. No, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen both of them play. And
Yeah,
OSW.
like 10 minutes.
Yep. And OSW is greeting for T-spins, as he so does.
I was gonna say, like, are we really surprised by this? Like, surely not. But you know, great work from both sides so far. OSW putting on a little more pressure, but Dormy's got those eyepieces handy.
Yep.
Both with
Gonna add a bit of
clean
counter
stack.
pressure. Oh. Very solid fractal by Dormy. Looking to get that quad wall open, and the down stack doesn't get the S piece, unfortunately. Now OSW is able to...
Dormy, like, double misdrop?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a struggle.
OSW being able to get away with all of that damage, securing the warm-up round, and finally progressing into grand finals of Group E of TETR World Championships 2023. Dormy, the France pariah, versus OSW.
Raya's crazy.
Versus OSW, the American Gen Z prodigy. Let's see where this is gonna go. Oh boy, this is going to be a second chance of redemption for OSW. Dormy, of course, kicking it off with DT Cannon in,
As you do.
course, in bracket, or at least in grand finals. While OSW looking pretty solid with this 5-4, transition it back, but Dormy sends it all the way back. Pretty solid.
Yeah, very like solid play, but OSW is such a scary player because he's like a detonation bomb.
What he
You know,
takes it.
he's an explosive. He will blow you up, and you will not see it coming. Out of nowhere, you will just die, and there is nothing you can do. And OSW demonstrating that. You know, for Dormy to win, it's got to be it's got to be a consistent game of timing and pressure. It's like electricity, you know? You have to be optimal. You have to be precise. OSW is like a high-impact frag grenade. You will die.
You gotta add a period to that too, and that's one thing to say about OSW's playstyle. It's just you don't know when you're gonna get blown up into complete messy jibs. Washing Machine in grand finals? Almost. But OSW misdropping might be able to be icing on the cake for his downfall, but Dormy's...
Good job pressuring, but OSW will survive. Dormy's stack is like, look at this though. Look at this. If anything's gonna happen, it's right here.
Very good counter 4 by OSW, being able to find all these setups. This is pretty strong for OSW. Look at his board.
I can't believe all this pressure. Like, Dormy was literally clearing attack after attack and was still on the ropes.
Oh my god.
Oh, and Dormy with the misdrop. That might seal the deal here, but Dormy trying to dig out of it does fix it, but what is like the
that's
the
so
pressure
greedy.
Oh, that second misdrop.
That's so greedy. Oh. And OSW takes the second one. And of course, since this is starting early, I don't want to get my hopes so high that it ends up being so fumbly. Dormy with the OSW not getting that MS2 off.
Love the DT continuations in Tetrio. Don't get to see those often, but they're good.
Unless you're someone like Dormy who is really good at demonstrating that. Looking pretty solid for both players. OSW finding the continuation and the down stack afterwards. Dormy looking pretty high with all this clean. He has so much ammo. Look at all this ammo, but
the T-spin 0 that could have been the difference between a round and you know, OSW is just, you know, no big deal.
OSW.
That drop might be a big deal, but Dormy not the cleanest board either.
Oh, but look at the speed. Look at the speed at which OSW is taking. He just fixes it ASAP.
Yeah, this is OSW we're talking about. This is the frag grenade of Tetris players. Like,
oh, very solid down stack by Dormy, just looking to get back into the ground. OSW have so much clean, but what do you do with all this?
When it's not a kill, you know, then you're the one at risk. And
is that a mech in grand finals, OSW? Oh my goodness.
OSW is just built like that. And Dormy does stay alive. A little bit of cheese. OSW with a misdrop, but should be fixable. Does waste the eye, actually. Could be awkward. Let's see what pressure Dormy could bring. Great
Oh my
T-spin
god.
single.
OSW's
And
speeding up, but
finally,
it's not
Dormy
it.
working so hard just to find 1 point on the board.
Oh my god, Dormy. Finally denying the sweep. OSW with the misdrops. I think that one round really caught him off guard.
Oh, that great perfect clear. And a second. That seals it.
Yeah. Oh.
And, you know, we're tied up again. Dormy does not want to play Vince. This win is everything. And another all clear for Dormy. But,
Always the MS2 that he whips out, just in case if it's not good enough. You just always gotta find it and use it as fast as you could. But OSW making all these mistakes. If you're in grand finals, money's on the line and a spot is on the line. This is what you want.
Is money on the line? Is there top 16, like, pay? I mean, there's top 16. I don't know if there's top 16. I don't know how it works. Never.
Yeah, but... Oh, Dormy with the 25 downs. Oh my god, the down stack 25 spike. That was some really solid plays and damage by Dormy. OSW being sent so high on the board. He's really gonna play it safe in order to get him back to ground. OSW is just playing so patiently.
I love that little bit of extra attack from OSW, and Dormy on the ropes right now. Find the T-spin, but it's not enough, and OSW back in the lead.
Yeah, indeed. OSW takes it back just by about 1 point, but if he keeps up the pressure, we might be able to see a reset. But who knows? Who knows? Oh, very solid down stack by OSW. But can he have the piece to really get that eye down? And he in fact does.
Oh my god, the T-spin
so much damage!
Dormy, so aggressive, tried to cancel the attack, nearly reached the well, but OSW, explosive as always. And starting to run away with this a little bit.
The TKI PC from OSW is pretty solid, but Dormy sets up an SCSD as a countermeasure.
Oh wait, that's a great spike. 21. OSW gonna have to tank a little bit of messy.
Uh-oh, that misdrop. I think that misdrop might be it.
This feels like Dormy could very easily capitalize.
Oh,
but the raw speed to escape.
oh my god.
OSW still kind of in a grotesque position though, and that is gonna seal
frantic. He just can't fix what seems to be a very dramatic issue.
Yeah, this is, you know, there's a lot on the line.
It must be secured at all costs. I thought Dormy was going to find a TKI PC just like what OSW did.
Dormy's found a lot of them already in the set so far. Oh, nice little 2 T-spins, 16, but OSW should be okay here, has the speed advantage.
Yep, and the pressure to send Dormy just a bit higher up, but oh my god, Dormy, I don't think Dormy, oh my god, Dormy has to fill the eye dependency.
Yeah,
OSW is just
awkward stack, but does make it work. OSW sends a huge attack, but Dormy gonna survive it once more.
Very good by OSW, recovering a bit. Dormy has a lot more to send. Does in fact recover from a bit of canceling.
Ooh, interesting. Like Dormy's still trying to send as much as possible. I see some of these little decisions, you know, where erring on the side of greed as opposed to safety. Just to put every little bit of pressure on OSW, and OSW very high up and doesn't get the T-piece in time, has to kind of awkwardly make some compromises. Oh! Finds the T-spin out though, and probably is good. And look at this well. This well is going to potentially turn everything around here.
This is such a glass cannon situation for OSW.
Dormy's doing a great job staying alive. I can't believe they're both still alive. Dormy with another attack.
This is Grants. Oh my god.
OSW, surely this is it. Yeah.
It definitely is, tying it back up. Dormy. Oh, that was brilliant.
It's frantic scramble, both of them grasping at straws, and Dormy will come out on top.
Oh my god, Dormy is just trying to play the best he could, while OSW is just... he's just so scared. I just don't know how to feel for him. Let my boy live.
Oh, OSW very high, but Dormy doesn't have attack ready, so... You know, OSW could turn this around in a heartbeat. That's kind of what he does. All right, the Dormy does survive the immediate aftermath. Both of them fairly high, though. Like, one of them might find a killer blow here. Never mind. Both of them kind of just downstack the cheese, play it safe. Don't overcommit. Makes a lot of sense.
OSW looking pretty strong with the 7-2. He is playing fairly high up, so this might be a lot to take in, while Dormy has a pretty juicy looking board, though. Fixes the height difference, too. This is some pretty solid LST stacking for Dormy, and the floating, too. This is looking
Dormy's
pretty
back to
good.
back, looking pretty impeccable right now. All right,
Yeah,
keeping it up, but how much greed can you allow yourself? Wow, I mean, I guess that's how much you can. Dormy, the first lead in the set.
Yeah, Dormy seems to have a lot of potential to take this top 16 spot, but OSW, despite having a pretty strong point deficit, it's still taking a lot to get it back. And Dormy is just trying to prevent that from happening. Dormy with the greedy hiding over here.
A little too greedy, maybe. I mean, does find the downstack for that, but now got rid of a lot of attack. All right, does find a good solution, and we're back in business.
OSW with the Elmis drop, though.
That's kind of a big deal, and Dormy, another round on the board. OSW needs to find that explosiveness that has gotten him this far once more.
Yeah, OSW is struggling a lot. Both of these players trying to go for some MS2, while OSW just has one faster and better. Dormy just has the counterplay to really change it into his advantage, but OSW's pressure not doing much to kill Dormy.
Yeah, I mean, that was like one soft drop mess up from Dormy was the difference in almost dying from your opener. But now it's OSW who is dying with a ridiculous spike. Great extension from Dormy, and Dormy running away with it now. 4 or 5 rounds in a row. That is the kind of momentum you're looking for.
Dormy has a very jaggedy looking board, especially with that down stack. OSW is looking to play pretty clean, but needs to fix a bit of uneven stacking.
Dormy with a wacky L-tuck does fix it, but not a huge deal. Both of them in a fairly even position. Dormy has the T-spin ready.
Oh, very good counter 4 by Dormy. OSW is clearly looking to set up that 6 free damage in advance, and that back-to-back maintaining is looking pretty strong for OSW. Breaking that 8-1 stack and the back-to-back as well.
I can't believe Dormy is surviving that. That was great finds to even live there and staying alive.
Yeah, Dormy is really having the game of his life, and OSW is just sweating with bullets because, oh my goodness, imagine being OSW right now.
Yeah, but one hesitation is all it takes, and OSW finally puts a round on the board after a long drought and needs to pull off the impossible, or what feels to be the impossible at least. Oh,
both of these players going for an all
great
clear.
find from both of them. You know, that's how you know these players kind of know what they're doing. Believe it or not, shocking, I know.
And OSW is looking for that comeback. That is a greedy STSD from OSW. He's just going to pile on top more of it. Back-to-back, unfortunately. Does find another one. OSW, what are you doing? Oh my god.
OSW, you know, when you have those ridiculous bursts in speed, that is when you have the opportunity to go for crazy plays like that. Plays that would be stupid from anybody else, but you have the little bit of leeway to work with.
I really like the weight from Dormy. Gonna have to cancel just a bit of it, while OSW not exactly counting the 4 as that bit of funneling. Gonna have to finick a bit of it, but OSW's giving out the back-to-back pressure.
I can't believe Dormy survives that too. Such, like, incredible finds there to stay in the game. And now Dormy might be the one putting on the pressure in return. OSW being pushed fairly high up, but nothing decisive yet. Though this cheese is a little bit to get through. All right, does reach the clean well. And yeah, Dormy doesn't have any big sense, so it should be back to a fairly even game. OSW stacking up really high.
Oh my god!
Oh, Dormy cycles to the eye in time and should be alive now. Wow, that was one little send away. And OSW, look at this board state. This board state is all or nothing. It's a massive explosion waiting to happen. It's kill or be killed.
Very good floating by OSW, even setting up another T-spin. No, but the misdrop! The misdrop!
Oh,
and
tries to make it work. It was one piece away from making it work, and
It went from bumping your elbow to stubbing your toe in just mere seconds. OSW miss-spinning the T-spin and also just miss-holding as a result. That was...
oh my,
no.
oh my, and
Oh.
Dormy is running away with the set.
Dormy is 2 matches away from securing a top 16 spot. OSW needs to have a miracle to reset the bracket or just do anything. Just anything.
All right, another perfect clear, but now Dormy the one with the awkward board, so maybe this is OSW's opportunity.
God, Dormy. He's just still getting away with this clean setup while OSW is playing it low. He just wants the safety instead.
Yeah, and I mean, it's working out pretty all right for both of them. Look at like these stacks are OSW, like it's a little cheesy, it's a little gross. This is a potential 10th point for Dormy unless OSW can downstack at the speed of light and somehow makes it happen. And now Dormy is the one cheesed.
Oh, very solid downstack by OSW. But it gets all the way back. OSW. Oh no.
On the ropes, but the upside of being so fast is even when you have your gross board state, you're so cheesed, you still sometimes can find the miracle solution. And can Dormy find that miracle as well? Yes, reaches the eyepiece just in time. Both
Very solid
players-
multiplier spike by Dormy, but OSW doesn't feel affected by it. He's still on a back-to-back chain.
Oh, Dormy 2 huge misdrops. That surely seals the round.
Oh, that's
So
the
much
reverse nice.
consistency from both, and finally, OSW breaks through. A grueling round to be sure, and it's still anyone's game.
Oh God, Dormy has
with
such a
the
clean
perfect garbage
board.
hole. Oh my God, look at this greed from Dormy. Oh, this is the exact kind of play you need to go for. But is it too much greed?
Oh my God, Dormy is just playing so risky.
Playing with fire right now. Lighting the fuse on the OSW bomb.
Very good color clear by OSW with the count to 4. The Dono, the Kaiden does need to get the quad as well. This is a lot to take in.
Dormy playing for his life, but finally, I was going to say an opportunity to kind of relax, reset to a neutral position, but an awkward placement. All right, back in a somewhat neutral place, but OSW is about to send this big attack. We'll have to see how Dormy handles it. Look at that well from OSW. That is really scary, but both of them kind of back on even footing. All right, pace slowing down a little bit.
Oh, that floating
Dormy
T-spin from
ready to speed it
Dormy.
back up. Huge multiplier combo. OSW
that's gonna
needs to
delay
find
the
a
eye.
crazy solution. Oh, finds it just in the nick of time.
Oh my God, OSW manages to recover it just okay, but can he do it again? He in fact
Yes, he
tries
can.
to do it. He tries to do it. He gets the eyepiece just in
Dormy
time.
misdropping under the pressure, and all of a sudden OSW back on the attack. Look at this speedy play. Dormy gonna have
Oh,
to
the
survive this big
back-to-back.
attack. Should be fine though for the time being.
Oh, that's so greedy. That's so
Yeah,
greedy.
that
OSW.
T-spin signal was so scary, but Dormy's still staying in there. And once again, we're back in a bit of a neutral place. So much back and forth. This is a ridiculous game, reaching nearly
The
2
funneling.
minutes.
The funneling from OSW. He's gonna get to that garbage well while Dormy just has 2 more in advance.
A great cancels from Dormy to stay alive here. And oh my goodness,
God.
it's so close.
We are 2 minutes in. Are we gonna get our first margin time round of the group? Oh no.
Yeah, we're 2 minutes 15 in now. Both players kind of low on their fields, not
Oh no,
wanting
but
to
the misspin. But the
overcommit.
misspin. Oh, it does manage to
OSW's
fix it,
fine.
though.
OSW's got the speed, surely. Yeah. Oh, but now Dormy really high up on the board, and there's a lot of cheese to get through. I don't think Dormy's gonna live this.
Yeah, no, not really. OSW completes the grueling 2 minutes 30 round of Grand Finals. He might potentially reset this.
OSW making sure to remind everyone that this is not just a win for Dormy. This is anyone's game. Dormy somehow saves the setup out of that? Kidding me?
What the hell?
Sick find. That was really sick. And still on the back foot somehow. Alright.
Oh, very good dono by OSW. Gonna take it pretty strong. Has the fractal to set it up and the quad afterwards. This is looking pretty good for OSW.
Ooh, but Dormy on the ropes a little bit. Okay, okay. Finds an answer. Finds a solution. Okay, gets to the eyepiece just in time. Lucky Q to get him out of there. But finds it nevertheless.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is like anyone's game right now. Both of them are neck and neck despite the score deficit. OSW is still keeping up the momentum, but Dormy has a lot of damage to work with. The Kaiden looking pretty strong.
Dormy's so greedy with that. I can't believe he survives that tank, but still alive. Still alive. So this again, another long, grueling round for both of these players. Dormy on the ropes finds a T-spin right at the top of the field.
God, oh god, Dormy is just finding so many T-spins. OSW is looking for so many setups. He's on a back-to-back chain of 12. He's gonna keep up the pressure while Dormy just has nothing to counter it. Unless? Yeah, no, that's it.
Okay, okay. I was gonna say, but 8 to 9 now. OSW fighting his way back into the set, taking notes from Giant earlier in the group. Can he make the reset happen? America's protege.
Oh, look at that setup from OSW. That's so
the misdrop from Dormy. That's such a tragic T-spin misdrop, and OSW all of a sudden wins 4 in a row, and we are tied at 9 apiece. This is where legends are made.
Dormy with the SDPC solved, and OSW has nothing to counter it.
But Dormy keeps the cool after losing 5 in a row, finds one more to get to a guaranteed overtime and one opportunity to close this out.
Dormy has a setup. Dormy has the setup. He has a
finds the PC, but OSW's fine. Has the clean well open. Wow, Dormy with the double PC! I can't believe that with the garbage!
But OSW
How did he
has
find that?
so much.
That's so lucky, and OSW lives that? I can't believe that.
Even though PC sends so much, it's not really kill worthy unless you're OSW. Oh my god, I'm saying that like it's a bad thing. I'm just so lost. Oh my god.
Oh, and OSW finds it. OSW survives the onslaught and evens up the score. I can't believe it. And we are at another deuce to end off this group stage potentially, or take it to a second set. Everything on the line here.
Oh my god, OSW is playing so high. Very risky tank by OSW. He needs to get to that quad loading effect. Does.
Great cancel. Right, Dormy has an open well, but makes an eye dependency. This could be big trouble for Dormy.
Oh my god.
Finds the eyepiece. All right, OSW didn't have much to send, so
and the color clear too.
Favor.
Very good. Oh my god, very good down stack into. Oh my god, very good down stack into the quad combo. Oh, with OSW. Oh, he's gonna...
Oh, Dormy with the misdrop. OSW, one chance to close it out.
He has one more. He has one more piece.
Can confirm the comeback into the grand finals reset right here. Everything on the line.
This is so tense. The color clear from OSW, but is that really enough to set it? No!
He does it! He makes the reset happen, and we have one more set. OSW clawing his way back from the depths. And saying, I need a sec, because goddamn, we do too.
No way. No way.
What an incredible comeback. Look at that scoreboard, winning 7 of the last 8 rounds. Ridiculous.
Oh my god, I need to pee. I need to pee. No way. No way. I need to pee.
And all of this, and we still have one more set.
That's not a fake comeback, guys. That is a real comeback.
You gotta take notes, I guess. Goddamn.
I've been taking notes. This document's at like 5,000 words or something. It's at 15 pages of notes. Dude, what the heck was that? Holy moly. Thanks for the shadow points, by the way. I might have predicted OSW, so let's go. Alright, let's get those replays rolling, because I know you guys want to see that game
That
again.
was ridiculous, and we have another go.
OSW is shaking. This kid is just panicking in chat. And like, give this man a break because he sure deserves it. Oh my goodness, what a comeback! Well deserved from OSW for the bracket reset.
That was a ridiculous set, and
as the faster player, it's always on OSW to set the pace and coming in for revenge. He started off not on the best foot, honestly, and let Dormy kind of run away with it.
yeah,
But then near the end, that confidence started showing. Bro started gaming, bro just started sending it, and Dormy had no answer to the pure speed and aggression that OSW just started rolling out.
like we said, right, when OSW detonates, what can you
go
do?
Boom, just like
Yeah.
Tetris. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, I saw chat popping off after it happened. No.
I mean, as they should.
Way.
It's
Dude, I was trying to take notes, and then I was looking at chat, and I was looking at chat and the game, and then I couldn't take notes. I was a little busy.
Folks, get your copy pastas ready, because I think
You're
this might become a
distracting me.
reality. This
Oh
might be a
my
reality.
goodness. What a reset. Let these guys take their break as I talk about what we saw throughout this game. Dormy just had such a controlled and calculated playstyle throughout the set. Near the end, after he started crumbling under OSW's pressure, anyone would, really, under that kind of pressure. But at the beginning, it was so well played from Dormy. I want to mention how Dormy always had 2 attacks ready. Dormy never had one single T-spin. Dormy had a T-spin and a quad, or a T-spin and then a down stack.
that's the best way to deal with the bomb, right? Because when the big explosion happens, you need to be in a place to live, right? And having those 2 or 3 attacks ready sometimes is what it takes to stay alive.
That's not the point. If you have one single attack ready, maybe you can stop a bomb. But OSW is really predictable other than that, because every time Dormy sends, OSW responds with an attack, and then OSW has nothing. That's why Dormy has 2 attacks ready. Dormy sends 1 attack, OSW receives the attack, tanks it, and sends it back. And then Dormy has a second attack plus OSW spike. This happened nearly every single round, and it's something that you don't really notice, I don't think.
Oh my god. I am dreading for the reset match.
I'm excited. I don't know what you're dreading. This is some of the best Tetris I've seen.
I mean, like, if you notice this is really deep gaming. This is macro on a different level that Dormy has been going through this entire time.
Yeah, and having to deal with that with OSW of all players is absurd. It's absolutely ridiculous, and having to overtake the France #1 best European player in the world is no exaggeration. It is absolutely monumental that if OSW takes Dormy out and denies him the top 16 spot, it would be phenomenal. It would be history right here.
There's another facet of Dormy's gameplay that I do want to talk about while we're in analysis. So, you guys saw Greed. I saw the only way to win. Because Dormy was always canceling attacks with back-to-backs. And that's one way to sneak some cheese over.
Yeah.
While OSW can get those massive back-to-back chains going, Dormy can also have some sneaky back-to-backs, and then when OSW breaks the chains, maybe there's a bit of accidental cheese that gets onto OSW's board. And that's a very solid game plan to stop OSW's complete detonation of pure attack. Because once he gets going, once he sets the pace, it's kind of over. Because Dormy just has to keep down stacking. Dormy has to keep defending.
The
and then
greed
he
is a
cannot catch
necessity.
break.
Like, that's why, you know, you need that little extension, that extra force TSS. You need every little bit against OSW, and that's why the greed is happening, yeah.
Dormy, I know you aren't doing this by intention, because no one can think at that speed. I know you are doing it unintentionally, but it's absolutely happening.
Yeah.
At this speed, it has to be intuition, it has to be your game sense. But as a spectator, I have the time to think about your decisions, and even though you don't know why you're doing them, this is the only way you're finding ways to win.
And this is a secured spot that you need to focus on, and that's the one thing to focus on. Because it's a prestige tournament, you need to have the mentality to really take it into your own hands, and OSW is close to upsetting, quite possibly, the best European player of all time, which, of course, is Dormy. So seeing that match happen and having a reset like that happen is insane.
There's a second part of using like really dangerous back-to-backs to continue playing throughout the game, because you always have that spike opportunity to catch OSW off guard. Besides for always being able to cancel with the back-to-backs and sneak some cheese over, you can also have very random spikes even though you don't have the speed diff.
Oh my god,
At the top level, even though the mechanical skill is absolutely insane, the macro play also has to be off the charts to compete at this level, especially with the speed diff. Dormy is ranked 20 lower intentionally compared to OSW, by the way. So if Dormy wins, I do consider this an upset.
Agree.
In a way, I feel like an upset in terms of regionals, but at the same time, it's like, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't matter regardless, but...
I think they're both kind of nuts. Thoughts? You know?
Wait, Dormy dropped to 50. Oh. Okay, you're 25. You're fine. You're not global top 50. You're global 25, okay?
TL rank overrated, alright? TL rank overrated. Trust. Alright. Bracket reset, grand finals. This is the closer, the end to the story of Group E. It's all decided here. Can OSW keep up the momentum and crush Dormy? Can Dormy find the fire to fight back?
OSW is ready, are you?
I mean, as ready as we're gonna be.
I'm ready, Freddy. This is quite possibly the most tense grand finals match I've ever casted in my life. Oh my god. Oh my god, this can mean any game for a top 16 spot. Dormy versus OSW in a bracket reset at Group E at TETR World Championships 2023. Let's see where this goes. DT versus MS2. The usual, the casual, and both of these players are just playing so fast.
Oh, Dormy getting a little tricked there by the garbage hole, and that little mistake in OSW's bomb speed puts him to an early lead.
OSW waiting. He looks a bit tense right now. He's just trying his best to not flub up the setup. Oh.
Yeah, it's all good though. Oh, Dormy's well though. This is... I was gonna say it's dangerous, but...
That is a risky C-spin by OSW. I think that might be costly with those misdrops as a result.
Oh, yep. Dormy with a great spike. That's the perfect way to capitalize on a mistake like that, and tying it up.
Oh my goodness, we're already tying it up, and OSW's going for TKI. Dormy doing the same, but on the opposite side. OSW's trying his best to play fast, but Dormy
with a really awkward placement. Uncharacteristic. Maybe the pressure getting to him somewhat.
The nerves. The winner's bracket nerves. He just has one more chance, and he's just feeling so overwhelmed by OSW's immense pressure.
You sure about that?
But OSW feels the same.
You sure about that? Like, I don't know. Everyone has a bad round, you know? Dormy's allowed that misdrop, especially when you pull off rounds like that, and we're once again tied back up.
Oh, the PC from OSW, finding the DPC, does not go for the PC afterwards, just Dormy denying it. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, Dormy has a great well to work with, though. This could be a big attack. No, OSW, look at this greedy stack, has to kind of cancel out of that ST wackiness that was going on.
Oh, very good weight by Dormy. Gonna be able to continue off of it with the switchback too.
It's really good. It's really good. And both players kind of have the leeway to work with. Dormy pushed up, but should be alright, I think. As well as OSW.
OSW playing fairly greedy.
That was very close, but Dormy's so high, but still survives. Has the eyepiece to work with, too. I can't believe both of them so close to the top. But no winner decided yet.
OSW is just having a very lucky time with this. Dormy's just so overwhelmed by the pressure. The comeback for OSW is really strong right now.
OSW, you know, this generational talent looking to prove that the old guard means nothing to him. And, I mean, it's going pretty well so far, but Dormy's still not out of it by any means.
Fairly solid continuation by OSW. Gonna have to break the back-to-back. OSW has the fractal setup, donoing with a bit of it. Doesn't continue with the multiplier combo, but Dormy is gonna send so much back. But the misdrop from OSW, that's not gonna be fixable.
Multiplier from Dormy to put on extra pressure. I can't believe OSW's alive.
Oh my god, OSW with the Omis drop. He's going to need to fix it ASAP with thanks to his speed. Dormy with the TSS, going to be able to continue off of it, but he's getting sent so much clean thanks to OSW's 9-0 stack. OSW has the overhang. He needs to get that height difference fixed with the team misdrop. He's going to have to tuck it in fairly weirdly. Oh my god.
Dormy has that awkward 9-0 stack, but can get out of it. Oh no, Dormy with the peak misdrop.
Oh, Dormy makes so many mistakes piling it on together. You're just like making a mountain out of a molehill, France, man.
Yeah, and I mean, it might be that OSW has finally gotten to Dormy after that ridiculous first set. Great PC from OSW and finds a second, and it looks like the kid is on a roll.
4.42 PPS OSW has a fairly strong lead. Dormy is so unfortunate to be in this situation because look at how far he's away from taking that lead. He's going to need to make a miracle to turn it around, but OSW
Dude, another PC from OSW. Look at this opener main gaming right here.
Look at the MS2.
How is Dormy still alive, man?
Look at
how? Explain it to me.
The MS2 looping from OSW is so much damage to Dormy, but Dormy just doesn't really care. He just says, screw your MS2 looping. I'm just going to live because I'm the one who's better at MS2. And OSW just is struggling a lot, but he's making so many fixes that it doesn't really matter. This is grand finals of a super major.
OSW, even after all of that survival, still can take down Dormy, and it's just looking like a slaughter. OSW seems to have found all the answers right now. Dormy needs a spark.
And OSW, oh my god, OSW is just denying all these PCs that Dormy ever so vicious for. He just doesn't want him to do PCs. He just wants to be the one on the line. And the cut copy from OSW2. This is looking absolutely dangerous for Dormy. Look at the back-to-back pressure.
OSW.
Oh no.
OSW on one right now, and it looks like an unovercomable barrier. OSW is just, you know, before there was those fallibilities in the game plan, the mistakes. Where are the mistakes? They're all gone right now, and Dormy is getting absolutely nothing to work with.
It's because of OSW's counterplay. Look at the lead. Look at the lead. This is not just humiliation. This is just a murder.
OSW playing so fast, so consistent, and it just feels like an impossible task for Dormy. Great spike, but another misdrop from Dormy, and
oh my god,
may not immediately be over. Great downstack find.
OSW is just playing the game of his life. This is TWC Group E Grand Finals. This is no Tetra League game, my friend. This is a big deal.
Oh, and Dormy, another misdrop. I really think, you know, it's all crumbling down. Dormy had the one opportunity to close it out, and now that it didn't happen, it's all the OSW show. 2 rounds away from making the perfect comeback from losers. Dormy needs some fire right now to stay in this.
Oh my god, OSW, get that Kaiden in, and the effect does. Look at the multiplier spike too. OSW is one game away.
Play against that. The immediate Kaiden or like, what's it called? The immediate find and so fast. It's ridiculous. The burst of speed that this kid has. This is what generational talent looks like.
Dormy with the desperate DT. He doesn't want to get disrespected by someone like OSW. He's just a kid, and that's gonna be it. Is that gonna be it? Oh my god.
He's still in this. Dormy does not want to give up, but
oh my god. Dormy
still
is
on
so
the ropes.
scary high.
I can't believe Dormy is still surviving right now.
Oh my god, but OSW with a bit of a misdrop.
Finally, the cracks in the armor showing, but will they be enough? Dormy's still at the top of the board.
That's not it. OSW takes top 16. Oh my god.
OSW wins the seeding match, will be most likely going up against West L in the top 16. Dormy will be facing Vince. What an incredible run through the bracket for OSW.
OSW. What does the OSW stand for? Well, the O stands for The O stands for his incredible offense. The S stands for his unmatched speed. And the W is for the W that he took, MFer. Let's go. OSW takes top 16.
Ben, how about you give us a real complicated analysis breakdown on this one?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like he is 1 piece per second faster and 1.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. So here's my really complicated analysis. Like, I got one up the last round, right? Because I pulled out like 10 different things that Dormy did, so I can't lose to myself. Okay, here goes. That stick. I'm sorry, that's it. I don't know, man.
It's just, what do you do, man? It's.
Bro just freaking pulled out the stat stick. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, it's.
I couldn't take any notes. I had no time to take notes. OSW just wanted to go sleep, I guess. And speaking of sleep, Dormy, it's time.
Yeah, it's bedtime. But either way, what an incredible showing from everyone in the group. Jin with an incredible run through losers and an incredible comeback. OSW, of course, with the highlight comeback in the first set of grand finals. Well, and I mean, at the end of the day, this is just the beginning. So I think we're all excited to see more of these incredible sets in the future. So make sure, come through tomorrow.
Dormy.
Because there's more, baby.
Dormy, is the sun up yet? Well, what time does sunrise in France?
It's winter. Surely it'll come up later still.
Go get some rest, King. You deserve it. So did OSW.
Schedule. Like, this is just peak Dormy hours, to be honest.
Oh dear. I'm scared now. Thank goodness I wasn't playing against OSW. Oh dear. What a game. What a game that was.
Yeah.
Let's just enjoy this replay. Watch the biggest stat stick we've seen today just go whack. Boom. Smash.
Yeah.
There really is no more analysis that I can do.
It's the peak of bigger number, better player, and, well...
Well, one analysis there to do. But let's not even talk about the PPS diff. The versus score diff was 100.
Pros using versus score as a metric. Ain't no way.
I apologize because I popped off at that match so hard that I shut off my computer with the power strip.
I'm impressed. Good work.
Like, wow. Flippin'. Wow.
It may not have been close, but it was a great way to end this tournament.
What a
statement win. A statement smash of the stat stick.
OSW overthrowing the France pariah himself.
Better be afraid. Going into the top 16.
The American Protege has secured a prestige spot in the TWC, quite possibly the most impressive losers bracket group run in the tournament so far. Wow. Oh, and I don't even have my camera on. Oh dear. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get
Right.
Big Edge on here.
All right,
Hop on the mic, brother.
Mr. PK himself, get him in. Get him in. Get Mr.
All right,
PK.
guys, I just gotta say something right now. If you guys were doubting the group stage, this is the best Tetris group stage of all time that we've ever seen. I don't want to hear any dissenting opinions. I'm just gonna say it right now. All right, look at these brackets. Look at these matches. We'll show you the upper right now. All right. Look at all these sets. These sets were so close.
So
I
good.
don't even think people were expecting it. Look at the winners semis. 11-9 win for OSW, 11-8 win for Dormy. Adri Pro or Gian could have taken these sets. They could have made it to winners finals as well. And I mean, let's not forget the lower bracket run as well, because I mean, there were still some great strides right here. You know, we got that 13-11 deuce in the bottom. You know, and Gian still almost held up to OSW yet again, posting a similar result to their winner's side match. All of these players are amazing. I'm so glad that you all got to watch them today. Can you believe that we're already 25% done with the group stage? It's only been one day, and that's absolutely crazy. I just want to give some big shout outs to our friends over at Team TSD with Willie J, Bad Goblin, and Cowbow on that production, as well as Azure Horizons on the Hummingbird Nest quad stream. Without them, we would not be able to move through this tournament swiftly. This tournament would take months without multiple streams to be able to document all these matches. So big shout outs to those guys. Cannot thank them enough. And I mean, I just gotta thank you guys also who bet on my stream over here on Puzzle Kingdom. We got Modest Tomato and TGK. You guys, I think this is your first time casting together. Amazing job. I just have to give that to you guys. So thank you again for coming on.
Absolutely.
It's been a
We're
pleasure.
happy to
Thank
be
you.
here.
And then BenXT yet again posting another amazing analysis block. We tried it out in Windflower, worked out amazing. Now we've leveled it up. We got even more replays per match. You're just getting better and better at this role that we're kind of creating here on these streams. So thank you again for volunteering and coming on. I can't thank you enough. Your work's been amazing.
Bro, I know Dormy better
you.
than Dormy. I got you.
Let's go.
Let's go.
And then, again, just so many shout-outs I can give already. I don't want to yap for too long. Just to our back-end team, I want to give a blanket shout-out to our back-end team, all the organizations that made TWC possible, as well as Tetrio, for officially partnering with us and OSC to make such amazing things happen with this tournament. The new in-game overlays, all of that stuff. Like, we really, really appreciate that. Just from them being able to support such an amazing tournament and show off the best in the game. So thank you again to Osk and the Tetrio team for making all this stuff possible. Again, cannot thank you all enough, as well as Hitbox for partnering with us at PK again throughout the whole year, allowing us to kind of make the production so good for these. Before I head off, I just want to give some quick shout-outs. First one, we're going to give some shout-outs to our folks over at Team TSD who are helping co-host this event, alright? Team TSD is unfortunately going to be holding their final event on November 18th, just before TWC Finals. So I just urge you, Team TSD have been like amazing partners and collaborators with us for the past 3 or so years by now, headed by some amazing people in the community over there at Leadership. So I would just love for you to show them some love. Go check out teamtsd.net/TGM. Check out Absolute Showdown. Jed wants to get 100 players in this thing for the final event. Even if you've never played before, it's free on Fightcade. Please check this out. It would mean a lot. Jed's been at the helm of Tetrio Cup, which is one of the most popular Tetrio tournament series of all time, Tetrio Cup 15, with over 1,000 viewers. Jed's done amazing stuff for this community. So for his final event, I just hope that you all can go over there and help support that guy. He's been amazing for our scene. Kept the scene alive during places when no other people are running tournaments. So I just want to give a big shout out to that guy, man. Please support Absolute Showdown. It's their final event. Super interesting format. Help them hit that $500 goal so they can release that piece of content, that documentary. I just want to stress this so much. Jed's been an amazing help to Puzzle Kingdom growing, as well as the entire scene in general. We would not be where we are without Team TSD. So again, just want to give those words there. I just, make that very clear. Love our guys over at Team TSD. Big shouts to them. They make a ton of stuff possible for us with these collaborations. And, yeah. With that, We also have our first off-season LAN tournament after TWC, and Snow is Infinite. Got a lot of great puzzle gaming tournaments there, as well as the Live Stacky Awards in person. Won't spend a lot of time on that one, but if you want to check that out, we'd greatly appreciate it here at PK. It's our first PK LAN. You can go check it out. Tetrio will be there. There will be an in-person Tetrio competition. So, again, go check that out. And last but not least, this music that you've been hearing throughout the entire time that has been playing in game, amazing orchestral arrangement, been put together by Skyfire. Please check Skyfire out. Created over 30 minutes of original music to play throughout the background of this event, and even more, I believe, will be revealed in the coming weeks. So, go check this out. Check out Feelings Never Die. Check out all of Skyfire's socials. They're a very talented musician, and, you know, they are, again, another big part of this tournament's presentation. Not necessarily what you're seeing, but that background music, really making it crisp and clean. Big shout-outs to them. Without further ado, I think we're going to be tossing our raid over to Radical Cup, a great community streamer over here in Tetris and Tetrio. So again, just big shout-outs to her consistently creating content, giving casuals a good, warm, welcome place to watch content of the game. And again, like, man, this bracket was so good. I almost can't believe that we're already ending this stream, but we do have to stop here. We will be back tomorrow. More group stage content will be here on Puzzle Kingdom, Team TSD, as well as Hummingbird Nest with the quad duo sort of stream arrangement there. So, let me get this raid going.
Oh my god.
And again, it's that guy gifted 5 subs for the sub goal. That helps us produce like these tournaments and stuff like that, make sure that my equipment is up to snuff. So I really personally appreciate that. I mean, let's talk about the prize pool today. We hit $2,500 today, and I think we started at just over, just under 1,500. Big shouts to Interrobang for the 1K. Random guy dropping over $100 today as well. Several merch purchases. I can't thank you all enough for that. This tournament is looking to be one of the greatest of all time for Stacker Games, and I can't wait to continue delivering it to you. We've already seen so much, but there's so much more to go, and I hope to see you here for the rest of the events. With that, I'll let the commentators give their outros, and we'll toss you over to Radical Cup, and I hope you enjoy your night over there.
And also, cannot forget, shoutouts to Interrobang for the 1K dono mid-stream. We couldn't do this without y'all's support, and it's absolutely amazing that I get to commentate such an amazing group stage, quite possibly the best that we've seen in this tournament so far. And Modest, how do you feel?
I mean, if this is just the beginning, you know, we've got a ways to go, and it's gonna be fire all the way. So super excited, you know. More tomorrow here and on Team TSD, as far as I understand, and make sure to catch it. And also, big thanks for having us on, Edge. You know, it's always an honor to be here. So,
anytime, man. It's a pleasure.
Appreciate the invite, man.
You just said on Edge. Let's go.
All right. We are off.